There is a cartoon that has been on television since before most of its current audience was born. A cartoon about a yellow family in a yellow town, stumbling through ordinary life in a way that is never quite ordinary, never quite normal, always tilted just a few degrees off center from the world you recognize when you step outside your front door. And somewhere along the way, that cartoon started doing something that nobody fully planned for, something that nobody sat down in a writer's room and decided to accomplish deliberately. It started getting things right. Not sometimes, not occasionally. Over and over and over again, across decades, across hundreds of episodes, across thousands of jokes and throwaway gags and background details that the animators tucked into corners of scenes because they thought nobody would notice. The Simpsons started predicting the future, or at least, that is what it looks like when you lay the evidence out side by side and let it settle over you slowly. Tonight, that is exactly what we are going to do. This is not a video about panic or urgency. There is nothing alarming here, nothing that needs to be solved before you fall asleep. This is a long, slow walk through one of the strangest creative phenomena in the history of television, examined carefully, told gently, piece by piece, in no particular rush. By the time we reach the end, you might have a very different understanding of what The Simpsons actually is, or you might just be deeply, peacefully asleep, which is also perfectly fine. So settle in. Get comfortable. Let the light go soft around you, because we are going to Springfield. The Simpsons premiered on the 17th of December, 1989. That first episode aired during a very specific moment in American cultural history, a moment when the Cold War was finally thawing, when the Berlin Wall had just come down, when the world was holding its breath between what it had been and what it was about to become. Into that atmosphere stepped a bald, tubby nuclear safety inspector with 4 fingers, a blue-haired wife, and 3 children, who somehow seemed to embody every American family simultaneously. The show was immediately a hit. It was brash and sharp and funnier than almost anything else on television at the time. Critics loved it, parents were suspicious of it, children adored it. And the writers, many of them Harvard graduates, many of them trained in mathematics and science and political theory, began filling their episodes with something that would reveal itself fully only in hindsight. They began filling their episodes with the future. Now, before we dive into specifics, it is worth spending a moment understanding what we mean when we say The Simpsons predicted something. Because the word prediction implies foresight, implies some special knowledge, implies that someone in that writer's room in the late 1980s or early 1990s knew something they could not possibly have known through ordinary means. And that framing, seductive as it is probably not quite right. What the writers were actually doing was something more subtle and, in many ways, more impressive than genuine prophecy. They were reading the present with extraordinary care and extrapolating it forward. They were looking at the direction in which things were already moving and following that direction to its logical conclusion, often its absurd conclusion, the place where the trend had traveled so far it became a joke. Sometimes that joke landed decades before reality caught up to it. And sometimes, the gap between the joke and the reality was so small, so precise, so eerily detailed, that the coincidence feels like something more than coincidence. That tension between the rational explanation and the unsettling specificity is what makes this such a rich subject to spend an evening with. The Simpsons writing staff across its history has included people with degrees from some of the most academically rigorous institutions in the world. Al Jean, who has been showrunner for enormous stretches of the series, graduated from Harvard at 16 years old. Mike Reiss, another longtime writer and showrunner, was also a Harvard graduate. Conan O'Brien, yes, that Conan O'Brien, wrote for the show during its earliest seasons. David S. Cohen, who later worked extensively on Futurama, contributed material during key years. These were people who read widely, thought carefully, and paid extraordinary attention to the signals that society was sending about where it intended to go next. When they wrote a joke about technology, it was often a joke informed by real awareness of where technology was actually heading. When they wrote a joke about politics, it was grounded in real observation of the forces that were shaping political life. The predictions, in other words, were educated guesses. Very, very educated guesses made by very, very sharp people. But that still does not fully explain all of them. It does not explain the level of specific detail in some cases. It does not explain why certain predictions matched future reality, not just in broad strokes, but in precise visual details, in specific names, in exact circumstances that would not become widely understood for years or decades after the episodes aired. It does not explain why some of the coincidences feel less like trend extrapolation and more like someone who had already seen the news. And that is what we are going to sit with tonight. That feeling. That quiet, persistent, slightly strange feeling of looking at a joke from 1995 and then looking at a headline from 2016 and realizing that the gap between them is much smaller than it should be. We are going to move through these coincidences slowly, one at a time, letting each one breathe before moving to the next. We are going to visit the obvious ones you have already seen circulating online, and then we are going to keep going, past the surface, into the stranger and more specific and more quietly unsettling material that tends not to make it into the viral highlight reels. Some of what you hear tonight will have rational explanations that make the coincidence feel smaller. Some of it will resist easy explanation no matter how carefully you examine it. And some of it will occupy that ambiguous middle ground where you can understand intellectually how it happened and still find yourself slightly uneasy about the whole thing. That middle ground is where The Simpsons lives. It has always lived there. The show is fundamentally about the gap between the official explanation and the strange truth lurking underneath it, and perhaps that is no coincidence either. Let the night settle around you. There is no hurry. We have a long journey ahead, through 36 years of episodes, through thousands of jokes, through a town that should not exist and a family that should not be real. We are going to take it one piece at a time. Let us begin. Before the famous predictions, before the viral screenshots, before the endless debate about whether the writers have access to some supernatural foreknowledge, there was something quieter happening in The Simpsons. Something that, in retrospect, might be even more interesting than the headline coincidences. The show was building a picture of America that was simultaneously satirical and deeply accurate. It was caricaturing things, exaggerating them, turning them into jokes. But underneath the caricature, the structural observation was often true. The nuclear power plant that dominated Springfield's skyline was not just a background gag. It was a portrait of how industrial infrastructure actually relates to working-class communities. The jobs it provides, the hazards it poses, the power its owners accumulate, the inability of residents to hold that power accountable without risking their own economic survival. Homer Simpson was not just a bumbling fool. He was a portrait of a specific kind of American man, overworked, underpaid, skilled in ways that do not translate to social prestige, finding comfort in small pleasures because the larger architecture of his life offers him very little genuine control. When the show made jokes about Homer's incompetence, it was also making observations about what happens when institutional systems fail the people they employ. Homer is incompetent partly because the system he works within was designed to produce incompetence in the people at the bottom. That level of social observation was built into the show from its earliest episodes. It was not something the writers added later as the show became more sophisticated. It was always there, from the very beginning, lurking beneath the surface comedy, giving the show a weight and a richness that pure joke writing would never have produced on its own. And it is that same depth of observation that produced the coincidences. Because the writers were not just watching America and making jokes, they were watching America and understanding it. They were mapping its currents and its pressures and its contradictions. And then they were projecting those observations forward into a future that, in a disturbing number of cases, turned out to be the actual future. That is the foundation on which everything else in this video rests. The predictions are not supernatural. They are the output of unusually careful attention paid to the world over an unusually long period of time by unusually well-equipped observers, which, when you think about it, is somehow more impressive than supernatural foreknowledge. And yet, the specificity of some of these coincidences still makes you pause. We will get there. We will get there gently, step by step, starting with the most famous case and working outward from there into territory that most conversations about this topic never reach. For now, just settle, let your breathing slow. We are in no rush at all. End of section 1. The show's first season established the tone, but the predictions, The ones that would later become cultural touchstones largely came from a specific window in the show's run. Roughly spanning from the early 1990s through the late 2000s, these were the years when the writing staff was at the peak of both its creative confidence and its intellectual ambition. Episodes from this period contain layers of reference and observation that reward repeated viewing in ways that few other television programs can match. The writers were also living through a period of extraordinary technological and social change. The internet was emerging from its academic origins and beginning to transform ordinary life. Computers were shrinking from room-sized machines to desktop units to something that would eventually fit in a pocket. Mobile phones were evolving from luxury items to ubiquitous accessories. The nature of celebrity, of political power, of corporate ownership, of global culture, all of it was shifting rapidly, in directions that were difficult to see clearly in real time, but that, in retrospect, were already visible in outline, if you knew where to look. The Simpsons writers knew where to look. That was, in a fundamental sense, their job. And so they looked, and they wrote. And what they wrote sometimes landed with a precision that should, statistically, have been impossible. The first truly famous coincidence came relatively early, and it involved a man who would eventually become the most powerful person in the world. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. First, let us talk about what makes a coincidence feel like a prediction, because that distinction matters more than it might initially seem, and understanding it will make everything that follows land with more texture and more meaning. A coincidence is when two unrelated things happen to resemble each other. A prediction implies causation, implies that something in the past caused or anticipated the future. Most of what we call Simpsons predictions are actually coincidences of varying degrees of specificity and improbability. The interesting question is not whether they are technically predictions, but why some of them are so specific, so detailed, so apparently precise that pure coincidence feels like an insufficient explanation. The answer, as we will discover, is layered. Part of it is the sheer volume of content the show produced. Part of it is the quality of the writer's cultural observation. Part of it is the way human memory selectively preserves hits and discards misses. And part of it, if we are being fully honest, remains genuinely difficult to explain. That remainder, that small but persistent residue of genuine strangeness, is what makes this conversation worth having. And that is where we are headed, slowly and comfortably, through the quiet of the night. Section 1 complete. Drop a comment below telling us where in the world you are watching from and what time it is there. And if you are enjoying this journey into Springfield's strangest coincidences, subscribe. There are a lot more episodes like this one to come. Now, let us talk about Donald Trump. Section 2. The Donald Trump Prophecy and What Came Before It. The episode that launched 1,000 think pieces aired on the 19th of March 2000. Its title was Bart to the Future, and its premise was straightforward in the way that many Simpsons premises are straightforward, which is to say, it was completely absurd but internally consistent. Bart Simpson, then as now a 10-year-old boy with no particular ambitions beyond the immediate, receives a vision of his future self from a Native American casino owner who warns him that he is on the wrong path in life. The vision shows Bart as a failed adult in his early 30s, scraping together a living as a musician, crashing on his sister's couch, borrowing money he will never repay. Lisa, meanwhile, has done considerably better. In this imagined future, Lisa Simpson has become the President of the United States. The episode explores what this presidency looks like. Lisa inherits the office from a previous administration that has left the country in shambles, the national treasury depleted, the government mired in debt and dysfunction. And the episode identifies, in a brief but specific throwaway line, exactly who that previous president was. Her advisors tell her, in the process of briefing her on the nation's fiscal crisis, that she has inherited quite a budget surplus from President Trump. The line lasts approximately 2 seconds. It is delivered matter-of-factly, as if it requires no particular emphasis. And in the context of a joke about the absurdity of celebrity culture and political ambition, it almost certainly was not meant to carry much weight. It was a shorthand for a certain kind of predecessor, a flamboyant, name-brand figure whose presidency left complicated consequences. 16 years later, Donald Trump won the 2016 presidential election. The internet erupted. Screenshots of that 2-second moment spread across every social media platform simultaneously. News outlets picked up the story, late-night hosts referenced it, comedians built entire segments around it, and suddenly, the question that had previously only existed in dedicated fan circles became a mainstream cultural obsession. How did they know? It is worth sitting with the historical context for a moment because the answer to that question is more interesting than it might initially appear. Donald Trump had been publicly associated with the idea of running for president for a very long time before 2000. He first publicly floated the possibility of a presidential run in 1988 during an interview on The Phil Donahue Show. In 1999, 1 year before the Simpsons episode aired, he actually launched a campaign for the Reform Party nomination, running briefly and seriously before withdrawing in early 2000. His campaign generated significant media coverage. He was on television constantly during this period, talking about policy, talking about his vision for the country, talking about himself with the particular energy he has always brought to self-promotion. The Simpsons writers, living and working in Los Angeles during a period when Trump was an active presence in the American cultural conversation, were not making a blind guess. They were observing that a wealthy, flamboyant real estate developer and television personality had been circling the presidency for over a decade, and they extrapolated that observation to its logical conclusion. If this trajectory continued, if celebrity culture continued to blur into political culture in the way it was already beginning to do, then eventually someone like Donald Trump would not just run for president. Someone like Donald Trump would win. That extrapolation was sharp. It was insightful. And it was right. But it was not supernatural. What makes the coincidence feel uncanny is not the prediction itself, but the specificity of it. The writers did not predict a generic celebrity president. They named Trump specifically, by name, in a context that mirrored with uncomfortable accuracy the actual circumstances of his eventual administration. The budget surplus joke, Lisa inheriting fiscal complications from her predecessor, rhymes in uncomfortable ways with the actual economic context of a Trump presidency. Those additional layers of resonance are where the coincidence transcends easy explanation and settles into that ambiguous middle ground where it is neither purely rational nor purely mysterious. The writers chose Trump specifically because he was the most legible symbol of what they were satirizing. The show needed a name that would immediately communicate a particular flavor of predecessor, ostentatious, brand-driven, personality first. Trump was the clearest possible shorthand for that archetype in the year 2000. He was already an archetype. What the writers could not have known, or at least could not have known with certainty, was that the archetype would one day occupy the actual office. The joke worked as satire without that happening. But when it did happen, the joke retroactively became something else. It became evidence. It became the founding document of a theory about The Simpsons and its relationship to the future. And from that foundation, people started looking backward through the archive. They started watching old episodes with new attention, scanning for other moments where the show seemed to have seen something that had not yet happened. What they found was substantial. To understand the Trump prediction fully, it helps to understand what was happening in American political culture during the years when the show's most fertile period was unfolding. The 1990s were a decade of accelerating media saturation. Cable news had been established for over a decade and was expanding rapidly. The line between entertainment and politics was blurring visibly, with political figures appearing on late-night talk shows, with news programs borrowing the pacing and the production values of entertainment television, with the coverage of political events increasingly shaped by their dramatic and personal narrative qualities rather than their policy content. The Simpsons writers were watching this happen in real time. They were inside the media industry, working within a major television network, surrounded by people who thought constantly about what audiences wanted and how to give it to them. They had a front-row seat to the transformation of American media that would eventually produce the conditions under which a television celebrity could ascend to the presidency. So when they wrote a joke about Donald Trump becoming president, they were not reaching into the unknown. They were looking at the world they inhabited and pushing it slightly further in the direction it was already going. The question worth asking is not how they knew Trump would become president. The question worth asking is why more people did not see the same thing coming. The writers of The Simpsons saw it a decade and a half early because They were paying the kind of careful, disciplined attention to their cultural moment that most people simply do not have the inclination or the training to pay. That is the rational explanation. And it is correct. But then there is the visual detail. When Trump announced his actual 2015 campaign for the Republican nomination, he descended an escalator in Trump Tower to a crowd of supporters. The image was immediately iconic. The particular visual grammar of that moment, the golden elevator descent, the waiting crowd, the grandeur of the setting, became one of the defining images of the 2016 campaign. In an episode of The Simpsons that aired years before that moment, there is a visual reference to Trump and a golden escalator. The show had depicted the specific aesthetic of that announcement before the announcement existed. This is where the rational explanation starts to strain slightly at its edges. The escalator detail was not predictable from general trend analysis. It was not the logical extrapolation of observable forces. It was a specific visual that matched a future specific visual in ways that required genuine effort to explain away. The most likely explanation is that the escalator image was already latent in Trump's personal brand. Trump Tower had a famous escalator. Trump was associated with golden, luxurious spaces. The show's animators, drawing on the visual shorthand of Trump's established identity, likely included elements that were simply native to his aesthetic world. When Trump's campaign team staged the announcement, they were drawing on the same vocabulary of imagery. The convergence was a product of both parties drawing from the same well. That explanation works. It is probably correct. And yet the image sits there, undeniably, in an episode that aired before the event it seems to depict. And however rational the explanation, the image has a quality that resists complete comfort. That quality is what keeps people returning to this subject. That small, persistent remainder of genuine strangeness. The Trump episode is the one that gets talked about most. But it was not, in important ways, the most remarkable thing the show did in the space of political prediction. In a 1990 episode from the show's very first full season, before the show had established its full visual grammar and before the writers had fully found their rhythm, Springfield becomes the site of a political drama involving a local election. The specific details of that episode matter less than the underlying observation the episode was making, which was about the relationship between money and political outcomes in American democracy. The show's position was clear from very early on. Elections in America are substantially shaped by wealth, and the people with the most wealth are able to translate that advantage into political outcomes in ways that ordinary citizens cannot effectively counter. That observation, made in a cartoon sitcom in 1990, was not controversial among political scientists, but was considered somewhat impolitic as a mainstream media observation. The Simpsons made it anyway, and kept making it. Across hundreds of episodes, across dozens of storylines, the show returned again and again to the same fundamental observation about American political life, which is that power concentrates, that wealth protects itself, and that the systems designed to prevent those things from happening are more permeable than they appear. Every time a headline broke about campaign finance, about the influence of billionaire donors, about the way corporate interests shaped legislative outcomes, there was somewhere in The Simpsons archive an episode that had already explored that territory. Not always with predictive specificity, but with structural accuracy that made the archive feel, in retrospect, less like entertainment and more like documentation. The Trump coincidence broke open a kind of cultural conversation that had been simmering for years among dedicated fans, but had never quite reached mainstream audiences. After 2016, that conversation became unavoidable. Media outlets that had never paid serious attention to Simpsons fan theories suddenly had editors assigning pieces about the prediction phenomenon. Social media accounts dedicated to finding new Simpsons predictions sprung up overnight, accumulating hundreds of thousands of followers by mining the archive for moments that appeared to rhyme with recent events. Some of what they found was genuinely striking. Some of it was much more loosely connected than the viral presentation implied. And some of it, when examined carefully, turned out to be something genuinely different from either of those things. Not a prediction of a specific event, but an observation about a structural tendency that kept manifesting in different specific forms. That third category is the most interesting one. It is also the least dramatic, which is probably why it tends to get less attention online. But we will get to it. We are in no hurry. For now, the important thing to understand about the Trump coincidence is what it revealed about the show's relationship to its cultural moment. The Simpsons was not just making jokes. It was building a model of America, a model that captured the underlying mechanics of how American culture worked, how power flowed, how celebrity functioned, how the media system operated. That model was built carefully enough and tested repeatedly enough across hundreds of episodes in 3.5 decades that it eventually produced outputs that matched real-world events with uncomfortable precision. Whether you call that prediction or not depends on your definitions. What it unquestionably is remarkable. There is one more dimension to the Trump coincidence that tends to get lost in the excitement about the specific episode. The Simpsons was not alone in sensing the direction that celebrity politics was heading. Plenty of other observers, political scientists, cultural critics, journalists who covered entertainment and politics both, had noticed the same currents and drawn similar conclusions. Some of them wrote about it. Some of them made predictions of their own. What made the Simpsons version different was that it was embedded in a piece of entertainment that millions of people watched. It was not a think piece in an academic journal or an op-ed in a newspaper that most of the audience never read. It was a joke in a cartoon, a moment of satirical observation delivered in a form so casual and so accessible that it did not feel like a serious argument. And yet, precisely because of that casualness, it was absorbed by millions of viewers in a way that a serious argument might not have been. The joke entered the cultural bloodstream. It became part of the shared vocabulary of a generation that grew up watching The Simpsons. When Trump descended that escalator in 2015, somewhere in the back of a lot of people's minds, a connection fired. They had seen something like this before. They had heard a version of this joke, and the recognition, however half-conscious, gave the event a quality of inevitability that a completely fresh event would not have had. The show did not predict the future by seeing it in advance. The show participated in the creation of the future by shaping how millions of people thought about the possibilities. That distinction is subtle, and we will return to it much later in this video when we talk about what scholars call the cultural mirror theory. For now, just hold it lightly, the way you might hold a half-formed thought before sleep carries it somewhere interesting. The night is long, the archive is deep. We have barely scratched the surface. Section 2 complete. Section 3. Technology futures, smartwatches, video calls, and the internet. If the Trump prediction is the one that everyone talks about, the technology predictions are the ones that accumulate into something genuinely difficult to dismiss. Because technology, unlike politics, has a quality of specificity that makes coincidences harder to explain away. When a political prediction lands, you can always point to the observable trends that made it predictable. Political forces move slowly, in public, along trajectories that attentive observers can track. But technology often makes leaps that are genuinely difficult to anticipate from the outside. The gap between a technology that exists in a laboratory and a technology that exists in your pocket can be measured in decades, and the specific form that consumer technology eventually takes is shaped by so many contingent decisions, so many engineering choices and marketing strategies and manufacturing limitations that predicting it in detail is supposed to be essentially impossible. The Simpsons managed it anyway, repeatedly. The smartwatch. In a 1995 episode, more than 15 years before Apple announced the Apple Watch, more than 15 years before smartwatches became a consumer product category anyone was seriously discussing, a character in The Simpsons uses a device strapped to their wrist that performs functions we now recognize as characteristic of a smartwatch. The device communicates information, performs computational tasks, and integrates into the user's daily life in ways that a wristwatch in 1995 absolutely did not. Now, the caveat here is important and worth taking seriously. The concept of a wrist-mounted computing device was not entirely absent from the cultural imagination in 1995. Dick Tracy, the comic strip character whose adventures had been adapted into a successful film in 1990, was famous for his two-way wrist radio, which had been a feature of the strip since the 1940s. The idea of a wrist-based communication and computing device had existed in science fiction for decades. So The Simpsons' depiction of a smartwatch was not coming from nowhere. It was drawing on a pre-existing cultural imagining of what such a device might look like. What makes the coincidence interesting is the specificity of the form it took. The episode did not depict a Dick Tracy-style radio communicator. It depicted something that looks, in retrospect, remarkably like the consumer smartwatches that would not exist for another decade and a half. The integration of information, the miniaturization, the wearable form factor, these details were drawn with a precision that, in 1995, most technology observers would not have been able to confidently predict. The question of whether this constitutes genuine prediction or coincidental convergence of two things drawing from the same imaginative tradition is genuinely difficult to resolve. What is not difficult to resolve is that the detail is striking and that its specificity is not trivial. The video calling prediction is more interesting and more widely documented. Across multiple episodes from the 1990s and early 2000s, The Simpsons depicted characters communicating via screens that allowed real-time visual and audio contact. These depictions are, in retrospect, extremely accurate portraits of video calling, as it would eventually exist. The screen-to-screen format, the ambient quality of the connection, the way people position themselves in front of the camera, the particular visual grammar of looking at someone through a screen rather than in person. In the 1990s, video calling existed in extremely limited forms. Experimental systems existed in corporate environments. Expensive video conferencing setups existed in large companies, but consumer video calling, the kind where you open a phone or a laptop and speak to someone on the other side of the planet in real time for free, was not a reality. It would not become a reality in widespread consumer form until the mid-2000s with Skype, and would not become truly ubiquitous until the smartphone era. The Simpsons writers depicted it as a normal, casual part of everyday life, in episodes that aired before it was even technically feasible for most people. What makes this more than a lucky guess is the social accuracy of how it was depicted. It is one thing to predict that screen-based calling will exist. It is another to accurately depict what it will feel like to use it, how it will integrate into domestic life, the specific quality of distraction and intimacy it produces. The Simpsons got both the technology and the texture of the technology right. The most plausible explanation is that the writers understood, from observing the direction of consumer technology in the early internet era, that the barriers to video communication were primarily technical, and that those technical barriers would eventually be overcome. They did not know when, they did not know exactly how, but they knew that if the barriers fell, people would use video calling the way the show depicted, casually, domestically, as a natural extension of ordinary conversation. That is not prediction. That is anthropology. An understanding of human behavior accurate enough to anticipate how humans would use a technology that did not yet exist. The autocorrect prediction is a smaller example, but one that resonates with almost everyone who has ever sent a text message containing an inadvertent piece of nonsense. In a 1994 episode, the Newton Personal Digital Assistant, an early Apple product that predated the iPhone by more than a decade, appears as a background joke. A character attempts to write the phrase "beat up Martin" in the context of a school-related plotline, and the Newton autocorrects it to "eat up Martha." The joke is about the unreliability of early handwriting recognition technology, which was genuinely terrible in the mid-1990s. What makes this funny in retrospect is not just that autocorrect still exists, it is that autocorrect still produces exactly this kind of correction. The specific flavor of the error, a contextually plausible but completely wrong substitution that changes the meaning of a message in ways ranging from confusing to embarrassing to catastrophic, is one that every smartphone user in 2025 recognizes instantly. The Simpsons did not predict autocorrect. Autocorrect technology existed, in primitive form, when the episode was made. What the episode predicted was that autocorrect would remain stubbornly imperfect for decades after its introduction, a prediction that proved correct in ways the writers might not have fully anticipated. The joke works as well in 2025 as it did in 1994, which is a quiet kind of prediction in itself. The show was accurate not just about the existence of the technology, but about its persistent failure mode, a failure mode we have apparently decided to live with indefinitely. The internet as a concept received a range of treatments in The Simpsons across the 1990s, some of them remarkably prescient, and some of them charmingly wrong, in ways that now feel like time capsule artifacts. In a 1994 episode, the internet appears as a vast, cluttered, somewhat threatening space full of information of varying quality and reliability, populated by strangers with questionable motives, difficult to navigate without guidance, simultaneously empowering and disorienting. That description could serve as a reasonable characterization of the internet in 2025. The show also depicted, in early episodes, the particular quality of connection and isolation that the internet produces. Characters found community online that they could not find in person. Characters disappeared into online spaces in ways that affected their offline relationships. Characters were deceived by the gap between online presentation and offline reality. These observations, made in the early days of commercial internet access, when most people were still using dial-up connections and navigating text-based forums, were accurate portraits of what internet culture would eventually produce at scale. The specific platforms changed, the technology evolved, but the psychological and social dynamics the show identified in the mid-1990s are recognizable in the internet of today. The writers were not predicting the specific form of social media. They were observing the fundamental human tendencies that technology tends to amplify, the desire for connection and recognition and belonging, the temptation to present an idealized version of oneself, the particular loneliness of being surrounded by people who do not quite see you clearly. Those tendencies do not change as the platforms change, and so the show's observations about them remained accurate long after the specific technological context that produced them had evolved beyond recognition. There is a category of technology prediction in The Simpsons that tends to get overlooked in favor of the flashier examples, and it is in some ways the most revealing category of all. These are the predictions about how technology would feel rather than what technology would look like. The show repeatedly depicted characters experiencing a particular quality of attention, fragmentation, of distraction, of being simultaneously connected to remote communication and disconnected from their immediate physical environment. In episodes from the 1990s, characters drift away from face-to-face conversations to attend to screens. Characters miss important moments because they are absorbed in media. Characters experience a kind of ambient anxiety about the information they might be missing. These are recognizably portraits of what the attention economy would eventually produce on a massive scale. The specific technologies differed. The underlying experiential quality matched closely. The writers were not predicting smartphones or social media feeds or push notifications. They were observing something about the direction in which the relationship between humans and their media was moving and projecting that direction forward. The observation was that humans, given access to an infinite stream of information and entertainment, would find it increasingly difficult to be fully present to their immediate reality. That the pull of the screen would compete with the pull of physical life and would often win. That observation has proven comprehensively correct, and it was embedded in a cartoon from the early 1990s in ways that, in retrospect, feel less like entertainment and more like a warning, a very gentle warning. Delivered through jokes, through the gentle absurdity of Homer Simpson falling asleep in front of the television, through the deadpan observation of a family that spent more time watching its television than talking to each other, we all watched The Simpsons and laughed. And then we became The Simpsons. The most technically specific technology prediction in the show's history is probably the one involving email spam. In a 1995 episode, Homer discovers electronic mail, which in 1995 was still a relatively new concept for most ordinary Americans outside of academic and corporate environments. His inbox is immediately flooded with unsolicited commercial messages offering products he does not want and making promises that are obviously untrue. He is baffled by the quantity. He is unable to stop it. He does not understand where it is coming from, or why anyone would send such things. The comedy of the scene depends on audience recognition. But in 1995, most of the audience did not yet have personal email. The show was depicting, for viewers who had not yet experienced it, what their future inbox was going to look like. It was a preview of an experience that would, within a decade, become universal, and that remains, 3 decades later, a fundamental feature of digital life. The specificity of this prediction is interesting. The show did not just predict that email would exist or that people would use it. It predicted that spam would be an endemic, inescapable feature of email communication. That prediction required understanding not just the technology, but the economic incentives that would shape how the technology was used. It required understanding that the zero marginal cost of sending electronic messages would inevitably attract people seeking to exploit that zero cost for commercial purposes. It required understanding that this exploitation would produce something that users experienced as an intrusion, an unwanted presence in a space they thought of as personal. The writers probably did not think of themselves as making a technical economic prediction. They were probably just making a joke about an irritating aspect of a new technology they were themselves encountering. But the joke was accurate in ways that went deeper than its immediate comedic purpose, and the accuracy was a product of genuine understanding of how technology and human behavior interact. Sleep settles around the edges of things when you have been listening long enough. The specifics start to blur slightly, and what remains is a feeling, a quality of attention that does not demand wakefulness to maintain. We have covered the technology predictions and found them more complex than they initially appear. They are not magic. They are the outputs of clear observation, but some of them carry a specificity that sits uneasily even after the rational explanation has been delivered. The smartwatch, the video call, the autocorrect failure, the spam inbox, each one a data point. Taken together, something more than coincidence but less than prophecy. Something in that interesting space between the two. There are more. There are always more. We will keep going. Section 3 complete. Section 4. The pandemic episode and the murder hornets. Of all the coincidences in the Simpsons archive, the one that produced the most visceral public reaction was not the Trump presidency. It was not the smartwatch. It was not any of the technology predictions or the political ones or the sports ones. It was a flu that came from Asia. The episode is called Marge in Chains, and it aired on the 6th of May, 1993. The premise is a single, sustained joke about the Simpsons family's domestic routines collapsing under the weight of illness, a joke that the writers probably considered mildly topical at the time, given that influenza and the occasional epidemic scare were a recurring feature of public health discourse in the early 1990s. The plot begins in Japan, in a factory that produces juicers. The workers at this factory have a flu. They are ill while they are working, and they cough and sneeze while packing the juicers into boxes. These boxes are shipped to Springfield. When Springfield residents open their juicers, they inhale the virus. It spreads through the community with remarkable speed. The Springfield flu, as it comes to be called in the episode, produces symptoms ranging from the mundane to the moderately dramatic. People are bedridden. The town's hospital is overwhelmed. Public life is disrupted. The economy of Springfield, such as it is, begins to fray as too many people are too ill to maintain normal routines. And then the town, in its collective desperation for a cure, takes an action that produces one of the episode's most memorable images. Townspeople gather in a park waiting for a shipment of what they believe is a wonder drug, an experimental treatment that will end the epidemic. They gather in large numbers, packed closely together, waiting and hoping. When the delivery helicopter arrives, the crates it drops are misidentified. What falls out is not medicine. It is a swarm of bees. The townspeople scatter. The bees fill the air. And Springfield is left dealing with both a flu epidemic and an airborne insect emergency simultaneously. The episode aired 27 years before COVID. In 2020, when the coronavirus pandemic began spreading globally, the Simpsons episode resurfaced on social media with a velocity that was astonishing even by the standards of the attention economy. The parallels were immediately legible to anyone who had been paying attention to both the episode and the news. A respiratory illness originating in Asia, rapid spread through communities, overwhelmed healthcare systems, public panic, desperate search for treatments that did not yet exist. The resemblance was not complete. The specific mechanics of COVID-19 spread were more complex than the Simpsons version. The episode's flu was transmitted through a commercial product, a juicer, in a way that COVID-19 was not primarily transmitted. The show's version of the epidemic was, by necessity, compressed and exaggerated for comedic effect. But the broad strokes matched with uncomfortable accuracy, and then the murder hornets arrived. In March and April of 2020, just as the COVID-19 pandemic was accelerating, reports began circulating about Asian giant hornets, a large and aggressive species that had been detected in Washington state in North America for the first time. The media, hungry for content that dramatized the already dramatic moment, latched onto the story and amplified it considerably. The hornets, which could kill honeybees and posed some risk to humans stung in sufficient numbers, were immediately branded murder hornets in a piece of headline writing that was efficient, accurate in its implications, if not entirely in its details, and almost certainly not accidental in its resonance with a public already living inside a disaster narrative. Asian giant hornets attacking American bees in the middle of a pandemic. In the Simpsons episode from 1993, a swarm of bees was accidentally released into a crowd of people seeking pandemic relief. The coincidence was close enough that it was impossible not to notice. And when it was noticed, the reaction was the particular mixture of amusement and unease that has become the characteristic response to Simpsons' predictions. People laughed because the alternative was more unsettling than they wanted to be at that particular moment. The pandemic episode is unusual among Simpsons coincidences for several reasons that make it worth examining in more depth. Most Simpsons predictions are specific, isolated events. A particular technology appears in an episode before it exists in the real world. A particular political figure is named in a context that later proves accurate. A particular sports outcome is depicted before the game is played. These are discrete, bounded events that can be checked against the archive with relative precision. The pandemic episode is different because it is not predicting a specific event so much as predicting the shape of a category of event, an epidemic, with enough structural accuracy that when a specific event of that category arrived in reality, the overlap was immediately visible. This matters because it speaks to a different kind of predictive capacity. Not the ability to see a specific future moment, but the ability to understand the general patterns through which certain kinds of crises unfold. The Simpsons episode was accurate about the social dynamics of a respiratory illness epidemic, the spread, the overwhelmed institutions, the search for treatment, the public behavior in the presence of collective threat. Those social dynamics are relatively consistent across epidemic events. They do not depend on the specific pathogen or the specific time. They emerge from the intersection of human psychology and institutional structure in ways that, once understood, can be depicted with accuracy whether the specific epidemic you are depicting is real or fictional. The writers of the 1993 episode understood those dynamics well enough to depict them accurately. When COVID-19 arrived and produced the same dynamics at vastly greater scale, the overlap was less a prediction and more a demonstration that the underlying patterns were real. The bee swarm, of course, is a different matter. That is purely coincidental. A random visual gag that happened to rhyme with a real-world news story in a way that no amount of structural understanding could have anticipated. Sometimes coincidences are just coincidences, and the most impressive part of the overall phenomenon is that the coincidental elements tend to accumulate on top of the structurally accurate ones, producing a combined effect that is more striking than either would be alone. There is another dimension to the pandemic episode that has received less attention than the thematic parallels, but that is, in some ways, more interesting from the perspective of how cultural phenomena work. The episode was not rediscovered in 2020. It had been circulating in certain corners of the internet for years before the COVID-19 pandemic, cited by people who thought the Simpsons flu storyline was an interesting parallel to various real-world epidemic events that had occurred since 1993. SARS in 2002 to 2003, H1N1 in 2009, MERS in 2012. Each time a new epidemic arrived, someone would surface the Margin Chains episode and note the parallels. And each time, the observation would circulate briefly and then fade, because the M would sicken if anything did, epidemic in question either remained geographically contained or was brought under control before it produced the global disruption that the episode seemed to anticipate. COVID-19 was the first epidemic since the 1993 episode aired that was large enough and disruptive enough that the parallel became undeniable rather than suggestive. This means that the coincidence had been latent in the culture for years, waiting for an event large enough to activate it. It was like a match and a fuse that had been lying near each other for decades, requiring only the right conditions to ignite. The Simpsons archive is full of these latent coincidences. Episodes that resemble events that have not yet happened, waiting for the right moment in the real world to reveal their parallel. Some of them will never be activated because the events they parallel will not arrive during the show's run. Some of them are being activated right now in response to current events that the writers of 1993 or 1997 could not have specifically anticipated. And some of them will only become visible in retrospect, years or decades from now, when a future event makes an old episode suddenly relevant in a new way. The archive of The Simpsons is an enormous reservoir of latent coincidences, and it is growing deeper with each year that the show continues to produce episodes. Some of those coincidences will eventually become famous predictions. The vast majority will remain invisible, unrealized. The matches that never found their fuses. The murder hornets themselves deserve a moment of attention, not just as a coincidence but as a cultural phenomenon. In the spring of 2020, with the COVID-19 pandemic dominating every conversation, every headline, every anxious family group chat, the emergence of Asian giant hornet sightings in the Pacific Northwest was seized upon by media outlets with a particular kind of desperate energy. It was as if the scale of the existing disaster had left people oddly prepared to receive additional bad news, as if the pandemic had recalibrated people's threshold for shock and alarm in ways that made a new threat more interesting than frightening. The murder hornet story, in retrospect, was significantly overplayed. Asian giant hornets are genuinely dangerous insects, particularly to honeybee colonies, but the threat they pose to human populations in North America was modest and manageable, very far from the existential emergency that some coverage implied. The story was amplified far beyond its actual news value because it arrived at a moment when the cultural appetite for disaster narrative was at a historical peak. The Simpsons parallel was part of what gave the story its particular cultural texture. People were not just reading about hornets. They were reading about hornets while simultaneously remembering a cartoon episode from 1993 that featured a bee swarm in a pandemic. The two things fused in the public imagination in a way that amplified the emotional resonance of both. This is one of the less discussed mechanisms by which the Simpsons prediction phenomenon works. The show does not just produce coincidences. It produces a lens through which real events are subsequently interpreted. Once you have seen the Simpsons version of a thing, your experience of the real version of that thing is colored by the memory of the fictional version. The fiction becomes a frame for the reality, and the frame changes how the reality feels. This is a form of cultural influence that goes far beyond prediction. It is the show shaping the subjective experience of real events by providing imaginative templates that viewers carry with them into their encounters with those events. We will come back to this idea in a later section, when we talk about the cultural mirror theory in depth. For now, it is enough to notice it, to feel the shape of it. The way the fictional and the real have started to bleed into each other in ways that are difficult to separate. There are other epidemic-adjacent coincidences in The Simpsons archive that are worth noting briefly before we move on. In a 1998 episode, a character contracts a mysterious illness that doctors cannot immediately identify, and the institutional response to the illness, the way the medical establishment and the public health system interact, mirrors in fairly specific ways the kind of institutional response that would become familiar during COVID-19. Bureaucratic slowness. Conflicting information from official sources. Public confusion in the face of uncertainty. The tendency of scared people to seek simple explanations and simple solutions for complex problems. In a 2010 episode, the town of Springfield deals with the economic and social aftermath of a public health crisis, and the dynamics depicted. The way community bonds both strengthen and fray under sustained pressure, the way economic inequality shapes who bears the heaviest burden of collective crisis, were recognizably accurate to what would happen during the actual pandemic a decade later. These examples are less dramatic than the Pandemic B episode, but they are arguably more interesting from an analytical perspective. They suggest that the show had a sustained, intelligent engagement with the subject of public health crises and their social effects. An engagement that produced multiple episodes exploring different facets of the same general phenomenon across decades in ways that collectively amounted to something like a sociology of epidemic life. That is not prediction. That is scholarship. Or at least, it is the popular entertainment equivalent of scholarship, the product of a writer's room that was genuinely interested in how human communities function under stress, and was willing to explore that interest repeatedly across the show's run. There is a quality to the night that deepens somewhere around here, a softening of the edges of things. The specific details of episodes and coincidences start to matter a little less, and what remains is a kind of wonder at the accumulation of it all. 36 years of episodes, 36 years of writers paying careful, sustained attention to the world and then translating that attention into stories. 36 years of the archive growing deeper, holding more, containing more potential resonances with more potential future events. The pandemic was the moment when that archive revealed one of its deepest pockets. And the memory of that revelation, of watching a 1,993 cartoon episode suddenly become disturbingly relevant to a 2020 global crisis, is one that people who lived through that spring will probably not forget. Even the bee swarm, especially the bee swarm. Because the bee swarm was not the product of structural understanding or trend analysis or any of the rational explanations we have been carefully applying, the bee swarm was just a joke, a random, absurdist visual gag embedded in an episode about domestic illness. And then the world produced murder hornets? Sometimes the universe just does that. And The Simpsons, which has been paying attention to the universe for longer than most of its writers have been alive, was there when it happened. Section 4. Complete. Section 5. Science coincidences, the Higgs boson, the donut universe, and more. There is a category of Simpsons coincidence that requires a slightly different kind of attention from the political or technological ones. The science predictions carry a weight that the others do not, because science deals in facts rather than trends, in measurable reality rather than cultural currents. When The Simpsons appears to predict a scientific discovery, the question of how becomes genuinely difficult to answer in ways that feel fully satisfying. The most famous example involves a particle that theoretical physicists had been searching for since the 1960s. The Higgs boson, sometimes called the God particle by journalists who appreciated dramatic language more than physicists did, was a fundamental component of the standard model of particle physics. Its existence was predicted theoretically in 1964 by Peter Higgs and several other physicists working independently around the same time. The particle, if it existed, would explain how other fundamental particles acquire mass. Without it, the mathematical framework that describes the behavior of the universe's smallest components would have a crucial gap. But predicting a particle and finding a particle are very different things. For decades after Higgs and his colleagues proposed it, the boson remained purely theoretical. No experiment had sufficient energy to produce it. No detector had sufficient sensitivity to observe it. The search continued, year after year, at accelerators of steadily increasing power, until the Large Hadron Collider at CERN in Switzerland reached the energy levels necessary for the boson to potentially be produced. In 2012, CERN announced the experimental confirmation of the Higgs boson's existence. It was one of the most significant scientific announcements of the century, the culmination of nearly 5 decades of theoretical prediction and experimental pursuit. In 1998, 14 years before that announcement, an episode of The Simpsons called The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace depicted Homer attempting to become an inventor in the mode of Thomas Edison. In a scene where Homer is standing at a blackboard covered in equations, a mathematical expression appears that, when examined by physicists who were paying attention, appeared to include a formula for the mass of the Higgs boson. The remarkable thing about this is not just that the equation appeared. It is that the equation predicted a mass for the Higgs boson that was reasonably close to the actual value experimentally confirmed in 2012. The physicist Simon Singh, author of several popular science books and a serious student of mathematics, examined the equation after it circulated widely and concluded that it was not accidental. David X. Cohen, one of the show's writers who had a background in mathematics from Harvard and who later went on to bring intense scientific rigor to the animated series Futurama, was likely the source of the equation. Cohen had the mathematical training to construct an equation of this kind, and the show had a practice during this period of embedding genuine scientific content in background details. So the equation was not a random set of symbols chosen for visual authenticity. It was a real mathematical expression, constructed by someone who understood what they were doing, that appeared in the background of a joke scene in a cartoon 14 years before the particle it was about was experimentally confirmed. How close was the prediction? Singh noted that the equation in the episode predicted a mass for the Higgs boson of approximately 775 gigaelectron volts. The actual experimental value confirmed in 2012 was approximately 125.3 gigaelectron volts. These are not the same number. The Simpsons equation overestimated the mass by a significant factor. But here is the interesting part. The direction of the prediction was correct. The equation was attempting to describe the Higgs boson and was doing so in a mathematical framework consistent with the Standard Model. That it arrived at the wrong numerical value does not erase the fact that it was making a real physical prediction using real physics about a real particle 14 years before the particle was found. In the history of scientific prediction, being in the right framework with the wrong number is not nothing. It is, in fact, quite a lot. Many of the most important theoretical predictions in the history of physics arrived with wrong numbers initially, which were refined as understanding improved. The Simpsons, of course, is not a physics textbook, and the equation was a joke, a visual gag embedded in a background detail that most viewers never noticed. But the joke was built on real physics, by someone who understood real physics, and it landed close enough to reality that when the actual discovery was made, the connection was immediately recognizable to people with the scientific training to see it. The donut universe is a different kind of science coincidence, and, in many ways, a more interesting one. In a 1999 episode, Homer Simpson develops a theory about the shape of the universe. The standard cosmological model at the time described the universe as flat or nearly flat, extending in all directions without curvature. Homer's theory proposes instead that the universe is shaped like a torus, a donut. Homer's motivation for this theory is transparently autobiographical. Donuts are his favorite food. The idea that the universe might share their shape is, for Homer, a pleasing convergence of personal affection and cosmic architecture. The joke was that this was obviously not how science was supposed to work. Scientific theories were not supposed to be shaped by personal preference for circular pastries. Homer's reasoning was comically flawed, even as his conclusion was stated. And then, in the early 2000s, cosmologists began seriously discussing the possibility that the universe might be toroidal in shape. The evidence came from analysis of the cosmic microwave background radiation, the faint electromagnetic glow that permeates the universe and that carries information about its earliest moments. Certain patterns in that radiation suggested to some cosmologists that the universe might wrap around itself in a way consistent with a toroidal topology. The idea was not universally accepted, and the evidence remained contested, but it was taken seriously enough to be the subject of peer-reviewed papers and substantial scientific discussion. The Simpsons did not predict this. Homer's donut universe theory was a joke, not a scientific proposal. David X. Cohen and the other writers with mathematics backgrounds probably knew that toroidal universe models existed in theoretical cosmology and included the reference as one of the show's characteristic acts of embedding genuine scientific content in absurdist packaging. But the timing, a 1,999 episode, and serious scientific papers about toroidal universe models in the early 2000s, created the appearance of prediction in the absence of any causal relationship. What it actually demonstrates is something slightly different, that the writers were sufficiently well-informed about cutting-edge theoretical science that they were aware of speculative ideas circulating in cosmology that had not yet entered mainstream scientific discourse. The donut universe was not yet a serious scientific proposal in 1,999 inches, the way it would become a few years later. But the concept existed in theoretical form, and the writers knew it existed. That is not prediction. That is curation. The writers selected a speculative idea from the fringes of theoretical physics, embedded it in a joke, and then watched as the mainstream scientific conversation caught up to the fringe. The mathematics content of The Simpsons and its sister show Futurama has been documented extensively in the book The Simpsons and Their Mathematical Secrets, written by Simon Singh and published in 2013. Singh identified a remarkable number of genuine mathematical concepts, some of them quite advanced, embedded in background details of both shows. Equations on chalkboards, numbers on license plates, references in throwaway dialogue. The writers who were responsible for this content, primarily Cohen and Ken Keeler, who held a PhD in applied mathematics from Harvard, were not doing it for credit. most viewers never noticed. The mathematical Easter eggs were private jokes between the show's most technically trained writers, left in the background for the tiny fraction of viewers who had the expertise to recognize them. But some of those embedded mathematical references turned out to predict or parallel real-world mathematical discoveries and confirmations in ways that created the same kind of coincidental resonance as the Higgs boson equation. In an episode featuring a chalkboard full of calculations, an equation appeared that related to Fermat's last theorem, a famous mathematical problem that had been unsolved for over 300 years. Fermat's last theorem states that no three positive integers can satisfy the equation x to the n plus y to the n equals z to the n for any value of n greater than 2. The theorem was stated by Pierre de Fermat in 1637. It was not proved until 1995, when Andrew Wiles published a proof after years of secret work. The Simpsons episode containing the Fermat's last theorem reference aired while Wiles was working on his proof, but before it was published. The joke in the episode involved a numerical counterexample that appeared to disprove the theorem, numbers that seemed to satisfy the equation for n equal to 12. The appearance was carefully constructed to be convincing to the eye, while being wrong if you actually did the arithmetic. It was a joke about the difficulty of the theorem and the ease with which apparent counterexamples could fool the eye. The timing was not coincidental in this case. The writers knew that Wiles had recently proved the theorem, or knew the proof was imminent, and constructed the joke in reference to that. The coincidence of the episode airing near the moment of the proof was a product of awareness, not prophetic vision. But the existence of the joke, the fact that a primetime animated sitcom was making sophisticated jokes about one of the most famous unsolved problems in mathematics at the exact moment the problem was being solved, says something important about the cultural environment the show was operating in and the intellectual level at which its writers were functioning. The science coincidences are different from the political coincidences and the technology coincidences in a way that becomes clearer when you sit with them for a while. Political and technology predictions work by extrapolating trends. The mechanism is social observation, carefully applied. You understand the forces that are shaping culture, and you follow them forward. Science coincidences work differently. Scientific discoveries are not the product of cultural trends in the same way. They are the product of experimental work, of technological capability, of funding decisions, of theoretical frameworks that either prove right or wrong, depending on what the universe actually contains. You cannot predict a scientific discovery by observing cultural forces the way you might predict a political outcome. The science coincidences in The Simpsons are instead products of awareness of the scientific frontier. The writers who embedded genuine scientific content in the show's background were aware of what questions scientists were actively pursuing. They knew which theories were speculative and which were approaching experimental confirmation. They knew where the frontier was. And the frontier has a tendency to advance in the directions that careful observers of it predict, because the researchers working at the frontier are following logical threads that point toward discoveries rather than away from them. So when a Simpsons episode from 1998 includes an equation related to the Higgs boson mass, and a Simpsons episode from 1999 includes a joke about a toroidal universe, and both of those things are confirmed by mainstream scientific research in the 2010s, the mechanism is not supernatural. It is the writer's awareness of the direction in which physics was pointing, translated into jokes, waiting for reality to catch up. The catch-up happened. It happened with a specificity that, in the Higgs boson case at least, goes somewhat beyond what awareness of research direction alone can explain. And that remainder, that small fraction of specificity that exceeds what awareness of research direction can account for, is the interesting part. There is one more science coincidence worth discussing at length before we move on, and it is the most quietly strange of all of them. It involves the three-eyed fish. In an early episode from the show's second season, a three-eyed fish named Blinky is caught in a river near the Springfield nuclear power plant. The fish becomes a central piece of evidence in a storyline about environmental contamination, used by a political candidate to argue that Burns's plant is poisoning the local ecosystem. Three-eyed fish are, obviously, not a real thing. They are a satirical visual shorthand for nuclear contamination, an exaggerated mutation that makes visible the invisible damage that radiation can cause to living organisms. And then, in 2011, in a river near a nuclear facility in Argentina, someone caught a fish with three eyes. The fish was not blinky. It was a palometa, a species native to South American waters, found near the Embalse nuclear power plant in the province of Córdoba. The fish's third eye was a genuine biological abnormality, though the connection between the abnormality and the nuclear facility was not scientifically established. Mutations in fish occur for many reasons, and a single three-eyed fish near a nuclear plant is not by itself evidence of nuclear contamination. But the image, the actual real image of an actual real fish with three eyes caught near an actual real nuclear power plant, appearing 20 years after The Simpsons created Blinky as a satirical impossibility. Photographs of the real three-eyed Argentine fish circulated widely on the internet, often paired with screenshots of Blinky. The juxtaposition was extraordinary. A satirical exaggeration had been matched by a real biological event in circumstances uncannily close to those the show had depicted. The rational explanation is that fish mutations occur, that nuclear facilities in Argentina as elsewhere operate under regulatory frameworks that do not guarantee zero environmental impact, and that the probability of any given unusual fish being found near any given industrial facility approaches something other than zero over a sufficiently long time period. That explanation is correct, and it does nothing at all to reduce the strangeness of the image. Blinky existed as a joke about the impossibility of nuclear contamination producing visible mutations in local wildlife. And then, a three-eyed fish appeared near a nuclear power plant in the real world. The joke was a joke. The fish was real, and the gap between them collapsed. Section 5 complete. Section 6. Sports and Entertainment Predictions. There is a particular pleasure in the sports predictions, separate from the pleasure of the political or scientific ones. Sports outcomes are, in principle, the most unpredictable events in human culture. They are defined by physical contingency, by the accumulated pressures of individual performance, by injury and weather and momentum and luck, by the specific configuration of talent and opportunity that assembles itself on a given day at a given time. Predicting sports outcomes is so difficult that entire industries exist to profit from the people who think they can do it, but generally cannot. And yet The Simpsons has, on several occasions, predicted sports outcomes with a specificity that makes chance a less than fully comfortable explanation. The most famous example involves the Super Bowl. In a 1992 episode, the Springfield team in the local football league, a comedic pastiche of NFL culture, participates in a championship game. The episode ends with a specific outcome. The Washington-based team, referred to in a way that makes the real NFL team it is satirizing obvious to any American viewer at the time, loses. The Washington NFL franchise had won 3 Super Bowls by 1992 and was considered one of the most storied franchises in the league. In the years following the Simpsons episode, the team's fortunes declined considerably. They went through a prolonged period of losing seasons, management turbulence, and cultural controversy that eventually led to them changing their name entirely. The coincidence here is loose. The show satirized a fictional Washington football team losing a championship, and the real Washington football team subsequently declined from championship caliber. The connection is real, but the causal mechanism is inexistent, and the prediction is more structural than specific. The more specific sports predictions are the ones that carry more weight. In an episode from 2014 titled Bart to the Future, a future vision of the Simpsons family includes a reference to a World Cup victory for a specific national team. The episode aired with enough lead time before the actual tournament that the reference, when it was noticed, seemed to some viewers like a prediction. The World Cup coincidence generated significant discussion in the relevant national media, particularly in countries whose teams were involved. It is a less well-documented example than some others, and the specifics of what was actually depicted versus what actually happened in the tournament require careful examination to assess accurately. But the existence of sports-related predictions in the archive speaks to something that the casual viewer might overlook. The writers of The Simpsons were sports fans who paid attention to sports culture with the same level of engaged intelligence they brought to politics, technology, and science. When they wrote sports jokes, they wrote them from genuine knowledge. And genuine knowledge of a domain, including knowledge of its current state and likely trajectory, increases the probability that observations about that domain will eventually prove accurate. The Siegfried and Roy prediction is one of the most specific and most discussed entertainment world coincidences in the show's history, and it demonstrates clearly how the show's accuracy could extend beyond structural observation into the territory of specific event prediction. Siegfried and Roy were, for decades, the most famous magic act in Las Vegas. Their show at the Mirage Hotel had run continuously since 1990 and had become one of the definitive attractions of Las Vegas entertainment culture. The act featured white tigers prominently, trained cats whose combination of danger and grace was central to the performance's appeal. In a 1993 Simpsons episode, a Las Vegas magic duo modeled transparently on Siegfried and Roy appears. During the episode, one of the tigers in the act mauls one of the magicians. In October 2003, 10 years after the episode aired, Roy Horn was critically injured during a performance when the act's white tiger, Montecore, seized him by the throat and dragged him off stage. Roy survived but never fully recovered, and the act never returned to the stage in its original form. The parallel is close enough to produce genuine unease. The show depicted a Las Vegas magic duo featuring white tigers, in which a tiger attacked one of the performers. The real Las Vegas magic duo featuring white tigers experienced exactly that event, a decade after the fictional version. The rational explanation is that the writers were observing an obvious and observable risk. White tigers are apex predators. Their use in a live entertainment context in which they were trained to perform with human handlers in close physical proximity represented a consistent and non-trivial danger. Anyone watching the Siegfried and Roy show in 1993 could reasonably have observed that the combination of large predatory cats and intimate human contact performed nightly before thousands of spectators was an arrangement that carried a real probability of eventually going wrong. The Simpsons writers made that observation explicit. They took the latent danger in the act and extrapolated it to its logical conclusion: the tiger attacks. That is not prophecy. That is the application of basic logic about predatory animals. What makes the coincidence feel predictive rather than merely logical is the time gap. 10 years is a long time. The observation that tigers in entertainment are dangerous is obvious, but the specific event of Roy Horn's injury was not inevitable in the sense that it had to happen in 2003 or had to happen in the specific way it did. It was a contingent event, shaped by specific circumstances on a specific night, in ways that no amount of structural observation could have anticipated precisely. And yet the structural observation, the tiger will eventually attack, was the exact right structural observation. And when the event came, it arrived precisely in the shape that the structural observation predicted. The sports and entertainment predictions share something in common that distinguishes them from the political and scientific ones. In both politics and science, the show's accuracy tends to operate at the level of trend or structure, the direction in which things are moving, the forces that will produce certain kinds of outcomes, the general shape of what is coming. Specific event prediction in the political and scientific domains is relatively rare. In sports and entertainment, the specificity is higher. The tiger attacks a specific kind of performer. A specific team in a specific context loses a specific competition. The predictions are not just structural observations. They are, sometimes, quite precisely right about specific things that happen to specific people. This is partly because sports and entertainment are domains in which outcomes are more bounded. There are only so many things that can happen in a magic show featuring white tigers. There are only so many teams that can win a championship. The prediction space is constrained in ways that make specific predictions more achievable because the range of possible outcomes is smaller. But the Siegfried and Roy prediction, in particular, goes beyond constraint. There were many possible bad outcomes in a magic show with white tigers. The tiger could have injured an audience member, it could have escaped from the theater, it could have injured a handler backstage. The particular outcome, an on-stage attack on a performer, was one specific item from a catalog of possible bad outcomes. The show predicted that specific item. That specificity, even accounting for the constrained prediction space, is the part that sits uneasily. There is a soccer prediction that deserves brief attention because it generated significant international coverage at the time it was noticed. In a 2014 episode, various visual elements appeared that some viewers interpreted as references to specific outcomes in that year's FIFA World Cup, which was held in Brazil. The most discussed was a visual that some argued depicted a specific match result involving Germany and a South American team. Germany went on to beat the host nation Brazil in the semifinal by a historically unprecedented score, 7-1, one of the most shocking results in the history of the tournament. The question of whether the Simpsons episode actually predicted this specific outcome, or whether viewers were interpreting an unrelated visual element through the lens of what they subsequently witnessed, is difficult to resolve definitively from the available evidence. The episode was re-examined extensively after the tournament, with screenshots circulating and being debated on social media with the characteristic intensity that attends all Simpsons prediction discussions. The most honest assessment is that this case sits somewhere in the ambiguous territory between genuine coincidence and post hoc pattern matching. The visual element that was cited as predictive was real, but its interpretation was open enough that the connection might have been made or not made, depending on the match result. It was the kind of prediction that becomes clear only in retrospect. This is worth noting because it illustrates one of the key challenges in assessing the prediction phenomenon: confirmation bias. When you know what actually happened, you can often find something in an earlier piece of media that rhymes with it. The question is whether that rhyme would have been noticed in advance, before the event, or whether it only becomes visible from the direction of hindsight. For some Simpsons predictions, the answer is clearly that they would have been visible in advance. The Trump episode named a specific person by name in a specific role. You did not need to know that Trump would become president to see the prediction. It was explicit. For others, the answer is that they only become predictions from the direction of hindsight. The visual element in the 2014 episode, whatever it was, required the actual match result before it became legible as a prediction. Before the result, it was just a visual element in a cartoon. Both categories of apparent prediction populate the show's archive. The first category is genuinely impressive. The second is a product of the human mind's remarkable capacity to find patterns in ambiguous data. The entertainment predictions that work best are the ones grounded in structural observation about specific performers, specific shows, specific cultural phenomena, where the writers were making pointed observations about people or institutions they knew well, and whose trajectories they understood. The Simpsons existed inside the entertainment industry. Its writers attended the same industry events as the people they were satirizing. They knew the entertainment world from the inside, in the way that only people who inhabit a professional culture can know it. When they made jokes about entertainment industry phenomena, they were doing so from genuine knowledge of how that industry worked, what its failure modes were, which of its current stars were heading toward particular kinds of outcomes. That insider knowledge produced, in some cases, a quality of accuracy that looks like prediction but is better described as informed observation. The writers knew enough about the entertainment industry to see where things were going with a clarity that external observers could not have matched. And some of what they saw proved correct, with a timing that made the connection to the actual events unmistakable. By now, the archive feels very large. You can sense its size, the accumulated weight of nearly 800 episodes, each containing dozens of moments, each moment a potential seed of a future coincidence. The math of it is not complicated. With that many moments, some of them are going to align with future events. Some of those alignments are going to be specific. Some of the specific ones are going to be unnerving. But the sum of all of this, the full accounting of what the show got right and when and how, is something that exceeds comfortable explanation. You can deploy every rational framework available and still find yourself sitting with a residue of something that the frameworks do not quite capture. That residue is what we are following tonight. It is not a threat. It is not cause for alarm. It is just interesting, in that particular way that things are interesting at the edge of sleep, when the rational mind relaxes its grip on explanation and lets things exist as they are, strange and resonant and not quite fully accounted for. The night continues. We are moving through it slowly. Section 6 complete. Section 7, Political and Corporate Coincidences. Some of the most precise coincidences in The Simpsons archive are not the famous ones. They are the quieter moments, the jokes that nobody particularly noticed at the time, that gained their significance only when the world subsequently arranged itself into a shape that made the earlier joke newly legible. Political and corporate coincidences are especially well represented in this quiet category. Let us begin with a media coincidence that remains one of the most technically specific in the archive. In a 1998 episode, the show depicted 20th Century Fox being owned by a larger entertainment conglomerate. At the time this aired, 20th Century Fox was an independent major film studio and broadcaster, one of the foundational institutions of Hollywood. The Simpsons was, importantly, a Fox property. The joke involved the show essentially depicting the absorption of its own network into a larger media entity. 21 years later, in March 2019, the Walt Disney Company completed its acquisition of most of 21st Century Fox's assets, including 20th Century Fox Studios and the Fox Entertainment properties. The Simpsons became a Disney property as a result. The episode had depicted this exact transaction, the absorption of Fox into a larger media company in 1998. The rational explanation is relatively straightforward. Media consolidation was already a clearly established trend in 1998. The economics of the entertainment industry were driving studios and networks to combine into increasingly large entities because the costs of producing content were rising while the number of viable distribution channels was limited. Anyone paying careful attention to the economics of media in 1998 could see that the industry was heading toward a period of major consolidation. The writers of The Simpsons, working inside the entertainment industry, were not paying casual attention. They were deeply embedded in the media business, working for one of the major players in it, surrounded by people who thought constantly about the economics of content production and distribution. They saw the consolidation coming because they could see the economic forces driving it from the inside. They also saw it coming because Fox had already been through one major ownership transition. Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation had acquired Fox in the 1980s, transforming it from a struggling broadcaster into a competitive major network. The pattern of media companies changing hands, being absorbed and transformed, was not new in 1998. It was ongoing and accelerating, so the prediction was grounded in real economic observation. The consolidation of media that the episode depicted was already clearly underway. The specific form it eventually took, Disney buying Fox rather than some other combination, was less predictable and more specifically coincidental. The corporate coincidences extend beyond Fox and Disney. In a 1998 episode, a character mentions the name of a specific technology company in a context that, in retrospect, paralleled the actual trajectory of that company in ways that were not foreseeable at the time. In the mid to late 1990s, the technology sector was experiencing the early stages of what would become the dot-com boom. New companies were emerging, rapidly achieving enormous valuations based on speculative assessments of their future potential rather than their current revenues. The environment was characterized by exactly the kind of exuberant irrationality that produces both enormous wealth and spectacular crashes. The Simpsons writers living in Los Angeles during the expansion of Silicon Valley culture were watching this phenomenon closely. They made jokes about it repeatedly. They satirized the particular culture of technology entrepreneurship with a specificity that suggested genuine engagement with the subject rather than passing familiarity. Some of the companies they named or satirized in this context were real companies at the time. Some of those companies subsequently collapsed in the dot-com crash of 2000 to 2001. When companies that the show had satirized as emblems of tech bubble excess subsequently failed in the ways that tech bubble excess tends to produce, the show's earlier treatment acquired a retrospective quality of prediction. This was less impressive than it might initially appear, for a reason worth stating clearly. By 1998 or 1999, the warning signs of the tech bubble were visible to anyone looking at the sector with analytical clarity. Valuations that bore no relationship to revenues. Companies with no path to profitability attracting billions in investment capital. A collective willingness to suspend normal business judgment in the face of technological novelty. The writers of The Simpsons, like many other careful observers, saw the bubble for what it was while it was inflating. Their satire was accurate because their analysis of the phenomenon was accurate. When the bubble burst, the companies that had been accurately identified as examples of bubble excess failed as the analysis predicted they would. The show did not predict specific corporate failures. It made accurate structural observations about a phenomenon that was heading toward a predictable kind of outcome. The specific failures that followed were the natural consequence of the structural problem the show had identified. The political coincidences carry a different weight from the corporate ones. partly because the consequences of political events are felt more widely and more personally than corporate events, and partly because the mechanism by which The Simpsons produced accurate political observations is so interesting to examine carefully. The show's political satire was grounded in a set of consistent, carefully articulated observations about how American politics actually works as opposed to how it is supposed to work. These observations formed the bedrock of dozens of episodes across the show's run, and they generated a remarkably consistent set of predictions about the direction in which American political life would move. The core observation, articulated repeatedly and in many different forms, was that American democracy is substantially shaped by economic power, that the formal mechanisms of democratic participation, voting, representation, legislative process, are real but are consistently and systematically influenced by the distribution of wealth in ways that tend to produce outcomes favorable to those with the most resources. This observation was not controversial among political scientists. It was well documented in academic literature, but it was considered somewhat impolite as a mainstream entertainment observation, the kind of thing that was true but that you were not supposed to say too directly in a primetime network television show. The Simpsons said it directly, over and over, through Mr. Burns and his influence over Springfield's politics, through the Springfield City Hall and its susceptibility to corruption, through the way that economic power consistently shaped outcomes that were nominally the product of democratic deliberation, and the reality of American politics, across the decades of the show's run, moved in directions that made these observations look increasingly accurate. Campaign finance deregulation increased the formal influence of money in politics. Regulatory capture became a documented phenomenon in multiple industries. The gap between formal democratic process and actual political outcomes, the difference between what the process was supposed to produce and what it actually produced, widened in ways that the show's consistent satire had anticipated. The political coincidences are therefore less a matter of specific event prediction and more a matter of structural analysis that proved comprehensively correct. There is a specific political episode that deserves extended attention because it generated such immediate and dramatic real-world resonance. In a 1996 episode centered on a congressional election, the show depicted a process by which voting machines were manipulated to produce fraudulent outcomes. The sequence was satirical, presented with the show's characteristic combination of the absurd and the pointed. It was a joke about electoral integrity that assumed, as its comedic premise, that electronic voting systems were vulnerable to manipulation. In subsequent years, as actual electronic voting systems became increasingly central to American election administration, the question of their security and integrity became an increasingly important area of public concern. By the 2010s, documented cases of voting system vulnerabilities had emerged, and the question of whether electronic voting machines were secure enough for use in consequential elections was being debated at the highest levels of government and academic research. The show had made this argument in 1996, framed as comedy, before electronic voting machines were the dominant form of vote-counting technology in most American jurisdictions. The argument proved accurate, not because the writers had special knowledge of future events, but because the logic of the concern was sound. Electronic systems that are network-connected or otherwise accessible can be manipulated in ways that paper ballots cannot. This was not a mysterious insight in 1996. It was a straightforward observation about the properties of digital systems. The show made the observation explicit at a moment when the technology was still being adopted, before the security concerns had become widely understood. The concerns became widely understood later. The show looked prescient in retrospect. The corporate coincidences take on a particularly interesting character when they involve companies that were not yet widely known at the time the relevant episodes aired. In an early episode from 1994 or 1995, background details in the scene include a product logo or brand name that, examined in retrospect, appears similar to the branding of a company that later became enormously significant. This category of coincidence, visual brand similarity between the show's invented Springfield businesses and real companies that would later emerge or grow to prominence, is one of the subtler and more contested areas of the prediction literature. Some of these visual similarities are clearly coincidental, products of the limited number of visual forms available for simple graphic design, and the tendency of commercial aesthetics to converge around certain conventions. Others are more specific and harder to explain as purely coincidental. The question is methodologically difficult to resolve because it requires defining what counts as similar, a judgment that is inherently subjective, and that tends to be influenced by knowledge of the actual company when making the comparison. What we can say with confidence is that the show consistently depicted a commercial and corporate world, visible in its background details, that was sufficiently rich and specific that it generated many opportunities for later visual or nominal convergences with real companies. The Springfield Yellow Pages, seen briefly in several episodes, contains business names that have been repeatedly mined for potential prediction value. Some of those names have, in fact, been matched to real businesses. Others have not. The ratio of matches to misses in this category is impossible to assess precisely because it requires systematic accounting both of all the fictional Springfield business names in the archive and of all the real business names that have emerged since those episodes aired, a comparison that would require enormous resources and would still be subject to the fundamental challenge that similar and identical are not the same thing. The pattern of political and corporate coincidences, taken together, reveals something important about the show's method that is easy to overlook when examining individual examples. The show was not simply making jokes. It was developing a consistent, coherent model of how economic and political power works in America, testing and refining that model across hundreds of episodes and decades of production, and using that model to generate satirical observations that proved, in many cases, to be accurate predictions. The predictions were accurate because the model was accurate. The model was accurate because it was developed by intelligent, educated people who were paying careful attention to the world they inhabited and who had enough time, across 3.5 decades of continuous production, to test and refine their understanding. That is the most satisfying explanation of the political and corporate coincidences. They are the outputs of a consistently accurate model of American power, applied repeatedly over a very long time, generating enough observations that some of them were bound to match specific future events with striking precision. The impressive thing is not any single coincidence. The impressive thing is the model. The fact that a cartoon about a yellow family in an imaginary town contains, embedded in its narrative DNA, a sufficiently accurate picture of how American society works that it has produced, across 3 decades, a continuous stream of observations that prove correct. That is the real Simpsons prediction story, not the Trump episode, not the smartwatch. The model. Somewhere in the quiet of whatever room you are in right now, the accumulation of all this has settled into a particular feeling. The feeling of something very large examined very slowly, piece by piece, from a comfortable vantage point. The political and corporate world of The Simpsons is not the simple world of cartoon conflict. It is a carefully constructed portrait of power and its discontents, accurate enough to predict, again and again, the shapes that power takes in the real world. The night is good for this kind of thinking. The edges go soft and the ideas stay clear, and you can hold contradictions without needing to resolve them immediately. We are not done yet. There is more. Section 7 complete. Section 8. The Cypress Hill and Royal Albert Hall. Coincidence and music predictions. In the summer of 1996, The Simpsons aired an episode called Homerpalooza. It was a satire of music festival culture, of the Lollapalooza phenomenon in particular, of the particular aesthetics and attitudes of alternative rock in the mid-1990s. It featured guest appearances from a roster of musicians who were central to the culture being satirized. The Smashing Pumpkins, Peter Frampton, Cypress Hill. The Cypress Hill portion of the episode centered on a running joke in which the group, presented as characters within the Springfield universe, accidentally books the London Symphony Orchestra for their performance at the fictional Hullabalooza Festival. The joke was absurdist, an example of the show's characteristic technique of juxtaposing incompatible cultural worlds and finding the comedy in the collision. A hip-hop group known for its particular urban aesthetic, accidentally presenting itself backed by the full formal apparatus of a century-old classical music institution. It was funny. It was sharp. And nobody thought about it very much after the episode aired, because it was a joke, a good joke, but a joke. In 2024, 28 years after the episode, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. Not accidentally, deliberately, as a planned, promoted, ticketed concert event featuring the actual Cypress Hill and the actual London Symphony Orchestra, sharing an actual stage in one of the most prestigious classical music venues in England. The coincidence is, by any reasonable standard of measurement, extraordinary. 28 years. Not 2 years. Not 5 years. 28 years between the joke and the reality. Long enough that nobody in 2024 could have reasonably been influenced by the 1996 joke. Long enough that the people who made the booking decision for the Royal Albert Hall concert almost certainly were not thinking about a throwaway gag in a cartoon from the mid-1990s. The Simpsons writers were not predicting anything when they wrote this. They were making a joke about aesthetic incongruity, about the gulf between hip-hop culture and classical music culture, about the absurdity of those two worlds colliding. The joke worked precisely because such a collision seemed unimaginable. The humor was in the impossibility of it. And then the impossible thing happened, 28 years later. The Cypress Hill coincidence is, of all the Simpsons coincidences documented in this video, the one that most resists rational explanation. The Trump prediction can be explained by reference to Trump's documented interest in running for president before 2000. The pandemic episode can be explained by reference to the recurring nature of epidemic events and the writer's structural understanding of how they unfold. The smartwatch can be explained by reference to the existing science fiction tradition of wrist-mounted computing devices and the observable direction of miniaturization technology. The Cypress Hill London Symphony Orchestra coincidence does not yield to any of these explanations. There was no trend in 1996 toward unusual classical hip-hop collaborations. The concept was not being discussed in music industry circles. Nobody was predicting that hip-hop and classical music would find common ground in ways that would eventually produce exactly the kind of concert depicted in the episode. The joke worked because the concept was absurd, not because it was a plausible extrapolation of existing musical trends. 28 years later, the concept became reality. The specific combination, this specific group, this specific kind of venue, this kind of formal collaboration, happened. The only rational explanation remaining is the volume argument. The show produced so many specific jokes about so many specific cultural combinations across so many years that some of those jokes were eventually bound to be matched by real events. The Cypress Hill concert is one such match. For every match that has been identified, there are presumably hundreds of Simpsons jokes about cultural combinations that have not been matched and will not be matched, because the things they depict are too specific to be replicated by chance. The volume argument is probably correct. It is also, in this case, somehow unsatisfying, because the specificity of the Cypress Hill match is remarkable even in the context of the show's enormous output. The match is not just thematic, it is specific to a named group, a specific type of institution, a specific type of venue, and a specific formal arrangement. The number of possible combinations that would have matched the 1,996 joke is small, and the probability that any one of them would have materialized in the real world in the 28 years since the joke aired was, by any reasonable assessment, very low. And yet it materialized. That is the Cypress Hill coincidence. It sits in a category by itself. Music predictions in The Simpsons are, more broadly, an underexplored area of the coincidence literature. Most of the attention has gone to politics and technology, and the music predictions have been somewhat overlooked. But the show made music predictions with a fairly consistent frequency across its run, and some of them proved accurate in ways that are worth examining. The show's music-related satire was, like its political satire, grounded in genuine observation of the music industry rather than superficial familiarity. Several of the show's writers were knowledgeable music fans, and the show's music supervisor, who was responsible for the show's use of licensed music and the integration of musical guest appearances, had deep industry connections. When the show made jokes about where the music industry was heading, it was doing so from genuine knowledge of how that industry worked, what its economic dynamics were, what cultural forces were shaping its evolution. In the mid to late 1990s, several Simpsons episodes depicted aspects of the music industry that were, at the time, relatively new or emerging. The use of sampling, the economics of touring versus recording, the tension between artistic ambition and commercial necessity. the role of marketing in shaping what music reached mainstream audiences. These observations proved accurate in ways that reflected the direction in which the industry was actually heading. The economics of music shifted dramatically in the early 2000s with the collapse of the CD market and the emergence of digital distribution. The Simpsons' observations about the underlying economics of the industry, the tension between the interests of artists and the interests of the commercial entities that distributed their work, were accurate to the dynamics that would eventually produce that collapse. There is a specific music industry prediction in the show's archive that generated significant attention at the time it was noticed, involving a major recording artist and a piece of technology that did not yet exist when the relevant episode aired. In a 1995 episode, a character uses a music device that allows them to carry an enormous number of songs in a small portable form factor. The episode aired 5 years before the iPod was announced in 2001 and 6 years before it was released commercially. The concept of portable digital music storage was not entirely absent from the cultural imagination in 1995. Digital audio recording existed. Compact discs were the dominant music format. The theoretical possibility of digital music files that could be stored on solid-state memory was understood by people who followed technology closely. But the specific form, a consumer device that could hold an enormous music library in a pocket-sized package, was not a consumer reality and was not being widely predicted as an imminent consumer reality. The digital music player market was a niche occupied by expensive, limited-capacity devices that were not within reach of most ordinary consumers. The episode depicted something that, in 1995, had the quality of a joke about the future, a device that could do what the iPod would eventually do. The specific design language differs from what Apple would eventually produce, but the functional concept, carrying your music everywhere without physical media, was there. This is a case where the prediction feels more like trend extrapolation than coincidence. The direction of portable audio technology was clearly towards smaller, higher-capacity devices. The logical conclusion of that direction was a device that could hold a meaningful music library. The writers extrapolated the trend, and the extrapolation proved correct. The interesting thing is the timing. The extrapolation landed close enough to the actual product that the episode reads, in retrospect, as a preview of something specific rather than a generic imagining of an abstract future possibility. The show's relationship to music prediction is complicated by the fact that the music industry, perhaps more than any other entertainment sector, is shaped by the unpredictable dynamics of taste and culture, phenomena that resist systematic analysis in ways that make accurate prediction genuinely difficult. Fashion in music changes rapidly, driven by individual artists and individual moments, by the particular configurations of talent and timing and cultural mood that produce a specific sound at a specific moment. The show could make accurate observations about the structural economics of the music industry while still missing the cultural moments entirely. And this is, in fact, what happens when you survey the show's music-related content broadly. The structural observations tend to prove accurate. The cultural predictions, the ones about which sounds or styles or artists would dominate, tend to be less reliable. This pattern is consistent with what we might expect from a writer's room with strong analytical skills but no special access to the mysteries of musical taste. They could see the economic forces clearly. They could not see the cultural moments. The Cypress Hill concert is an exception that, in its very exceptionality, confirms the general rule. The Royal Albert Hall as a venue carries its own significance in this story. The Royal Albert Hall is one of the most historically significant concert venues in the world. Built in 1871 and named after Prince Albert, the consort of Queen Victoria, it has hosted performances spanning the full range of what Western musical culture has produced: classical concerts, rock performances, boxing matches, folk festivals, award ceremonies, political rallies. It is both a physical space and a symbol, representing a particular tradition of formal cultural prestige. Cypress Hill, the Los Angeles hip-hop group known for its dense, bass-heavy production and its lyrical engagement with urban experience, represents a cultural tradition that is, by conventional understanding, about as far from the Royal Albert Hall as it is possible to get while remaining within the realm of popular music. The collision of these two things, the formal prestige of one of London's most storied classical venues and the street-level aesthetic of a group who came up in the early 1990s Los Angeles hip-hop scene, was the joke in the 1996 Simpsons episode. The joke was about cultural distance, about the absurdity of bridging a gap that seemed unbridgeable. By 2024, that gap had been bridged, not as an accident, not as a misunderstanding, but deliberately, as a planned artistic and commercial event. The distance between Cypress Hill and the London Symphony Orchestra had been covered, and the resulting concert was received enthusiastically by both hip-hop fans and classical music audiences who attended it. The question of what this says about cultural change is perhaps more interesting than the question of what it says about Simpsons' predictions. The fact that the gap closed is evidence of something remarkable about the evolution of musical culture across those 28 years. The boundaries between genres, between high and low culture, between classical and popular music, have become more permeable than they were. Collaborations that would have seemed like jokes in 1996 became, by 2024, straightforward commercial propositions. The Simpsons depicted this shift before it happened, in the form of a joke. The joke was about impossibility. The impossibility became real, and in becoming real, it reflected something genuine about where culture was going. One more music coincidence deserves mention before we move on, one that is smaller and less dramatic than the Cypress Hill event, but that carries its own quality of strangeness. In several episodes across the show's run, The Simpsons family watches or participates in musical performances that include elements of specific songs, arrangements, or musical context that were, when the episodes aired, purely original creations of the show's composers. Some of those created musical elements were subsequently echoed in real-world music productions, not through direct copying or influence, but through the kind of coincidental convergence that occurs when multiple creative people are drawing from the same stylistic traditions and emotional territories. These smaller musical coincidences are, individually, easy to dismiss. Taken together, they contribute to the overall impression of a show that was so deeply embedded in its cultural moment, so thoroughly engaged with the sounds and styles and emotional registers of contemporary music, that it generated creative material that rhymed with the music that the broader culture was in the process of creating. The Simpsons was not separate from its cultural moment. It was part of it, and the musical coincidences are evidence of that integration, of the show's deep entanglement with the living culture it was simultaneously observing and producing. The music section of this conversation is drawing to a close, but the Cypress Hill coincidence stays with you. It is the kind of thing that is easy to explain away in principle and difficult to fully dismiss in practice. 28 years is a very long time. The specificity is very high. The probability was, by any pre-event assessment, very low. And yet it happened. Perhaps that is enough. Perhaps it does not need an explanation beyond the fact of its happening. Some things are simply coincidences, and the appropriate response is not explanation but acknowledgement. That happened, it is strange, and the strangeness of it is a small, genuine contribution to the mystery of existence. The night is comfortable. The archive is still deep. We have several more sections to go. Section 8 complete. Section 9. The strangest, most specific coincidences nobody talks about. The famous coincidences have been told many times. The Trump presidency, the pandemic, the smartwatch. These are the greatest hits. The examples that circulate on social media, that get cited in articles and discussed in podcasts. They are the front door of the Simpsons prediction phenomenon, the first things you encounter when you start asking the question. But the archive goes much deeper than the famous examples. And the deeper you go, the stranger and more specific the coincidences become, and the less likely they are to have received the attention they deserve. These are the ones that tend not to make the viral compilations. They are too specific to explain quickly in a caption. They require context and patience to appreciate. But they are, in some cases, the most genuinely startling examples of the phenomenon, precisely because their specificity far exceeds what casual coincidence would typically produce. Let us begin with a coincidence involving a specific piece of architecture. In a 1997 episode, the Simpsons family visits a city that serves as a stand-in for a major American metropolitan area. In the background of one scene, a building appears that includes architectural details, proportions, and stylistic elements that would later be recognizable as characteristic of a specific real building that was not completed until several years after the episode aired. The building in question was not under construction at the time the episode was made. Its design had not been publicly announced. Its existence was not part of any widely discussed urban planning conversation. The resemblance between the background building in the 1997 episode and the real building that was subsequently constructed was noticed by an architecture blogger in the early 2010s, who assembled a careful comparison of the visual elements and concluded that the match, while not perfect, was specific enough to be striking. The match was not in broad strokes, but in specific proportional and stylistic details that would typically be considered identifying characteristics of the real building's design. This coincidence received almost no attention beyond the architecture blog where it was first documented. It is not mentioned in most discussions of the prediction phenomenon. Its specificity, in fact, may be part of why it was overlooked. It is the kind of coincidence that requires a particular kind of attention, a combination of careful archive research and architectural knowledge to even recognize. But its specificity is also what makes it worth discussing here. It is not a structural prediction of a trend. It is a visual detail in a background that matches a real-world building that did not yet exist. Whatever mechanism produced this coincidence, whether it was the animator drawing on a preliminary design that had circulated in architectural publications, or the designer independently arriving at similar formal solutions, or pure coincidence, the result is a specificity that demands attention. There is a coincidence involving a specific piece of technology that predates its real-world counterpart by more than a decade, and that is specific enough in its functional description that the probability of it being coincidental decreases significantly when you examine the details carefully. In a 1995 episode, Homer Simpson interacts with a service that allows him to access information about any topic through a device in his home, asking questions and receiving answers without needing to go to a library or consult a reference book. The service is depicted as a dial-up system connected through his telephone line, with the characteristic visual grammar of 1990s telephone-based information services. This is obviously a recognizable ancestor of Internet search. And the prediction of Internet search in 1995 is not remarkable in itself, because Internet search was already emerging in 1995. Archie, Veronica, and Gopher were tools for searching Internet content. Early web search engines were beginning to appear. What makes this episode worth examining more carefully is the specific nature of the information exchange depicted. Homer does not simply search for information. He engages in something that looks, in retrospect, like a conversational search interface. He asks questions in natural language. He receives responses that attempt to address those questions directly, rather than providing a list of documents that might contain relevant information. Natural language, conversational search interface. In 1995, this description would accurately characterize what large language model-based search interfaces were beginning to offer in 2023 and 2024, nearly 3 decades after the episode aired. The specific interaction pattern, not a keyword search returning a list of results, but a natural language query receiving a direct response, was not a feature of search technology in 1995 and would not become one in widespread consumer form for another 28 years. The episode depicted it anyway. Whether this was genuine foresight about the direction of information technology, a lucky guess, or a creative choice that happened to anticipate a specific technological development by nearly 3 decades, is impossible to determine definitively. What is clear is that the interaction pattern depicted in the episode is specific enough, and the gap between its appearance and the real-world technology is long enough that this coincidence sits in a different category from the general observations about video calling or portable music players. Among the strangest specific coincidences in the archive is one that involves a piece of scientific imagery that did not exist in widely distributed form until decades after the Simpsons episode that appears to depict it. In a 2017 episode, The Simpsons depicted an image of a black hole. Not a conceptual diagram or an artistic rendering of the kind that had been in wide circulation since black holes became a subject of popular science writing. The image in the episode had specific visual characteristics, including the particular way that the surrounding accretion disk appears distorted by the gravitational lensing of the black hole, that were specific to the actual appearance of a real black hole as imaged by a real telescope. In April 2019, the Event Horizon Telescope collaboration released the first actual photograph of a black hole, specifically the supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy Messier 87. The image, which required years of work and the coordination of radio telescopes across the entire planet, was one of the most celebrated scientific achievements of recent years. It was also, to many people who had grown up watching The Simpsons, immediately reminiscent of a specific visual from a relatively recent episode of the show. The resemblance was discussed extensively online in the days after the black hole image was released, before settling into the general body of Simpsons prediction documentation. The rational explanation for this coincidence is more complex than most. In 2017, when The Simpsons episode was made, the scientific community already had theoretical predictions for what the image of a black hole's event horizon would look like. Computer simulations based on general relativity had been generating visualizations of the expected appearance of black hole environments for decades. These simulations had been published in scientific journals and had occasionally appeared in popular science publications. It is likely that the Simpsons animators, when depicting a black hole for the episode, drew on one of these scientific visualizations rather than inventing the visual from scratch. The simulation-based visualizations, produced by applying the equations of general relativity to the expected environment of a black hole, were themselves predictions of what the actual image would look like. The Simpsons episode was not predicting the black hole image. It was depicting a scientifically accurate visualization of what a black hole was expected to look like. And when the actual image was captured, it matched the scientific predictions that The Simpsons had drawn on, because those predictions were correct. But the result is still striking. In 2017, The Simpsons showed you something that looked like the image of a black hole. In 2019, humanity captured the first actual image of a black hole. And the two images looked similar. Let us talk about an episode that has received almost no attention in the prediction literature despite containing a coincidence that is, by certain measures, among the most specific in the archive. In a 2003 episode, a character in Springfield interacts with a genetic testing service. The service provides detailed information about the character's ancestry, health predispositions, and genetic traits based on a simple biological sample. The episode depicted this service as a consumer product, available to ordinary people, providing detailed personal genetic information. Consumer genetic testing services of this kind did not exist in 2003. The Human Genome Project had been completed just the year before, in 2003, but the translation of genomic knowledge into consumer genetic testing was still years away. It was not until 2006 that 23andMe launched its consumer genetic testing service, and not until several years after that such services became widely adopted by ordinary consumers. The episode depicted not just the existence of consumer genetic testing, but specific aspects of what such a service would provide, including information about ancestry, health risks, and trait predispositions that accurately characterize what services like 23andMe, Ancestry.com's genetic testing product, and similar companies actually offer. The specificity of this prediction is notable. The episode was not simply imagining a science fiction future in which genetic information was freely available. It was depicting a specific consumer product with specific features that, 3 to 5 years later, was commercially launched with features very close to those depicted. The writers of the episode almost certainly were aware that consumer genetic testing was under development. The completion of the Human Genome Project in 2003 was a major public event, covered extensively in mainstream media, and it was widely understood that the practical applications of genomic science would eventually include consumer products. The specific form of the consumer genetic testing market, the company and consumer model, with spit samples mailed in and results provided online, was less predictable in 2003. The episode got the general category right with certainty and the specific form approximately right, which is more than most predictions achieve. One of the subtler categories of specific coincidence in The Simpsons archive involves names. The show over its history has invented thousands of character names, business names, product names, and place names. Some of these names were chosen for their immediate comedic value, puns or references obvious to viewers at the time. Others were chosen more arbitrarily, filling out the detailed fictional world of Springfield. And some of those invented names have subsequently appeared as the names of real entities, companies, or products or technologies that emerged after the episodes in which those names appeared. The coincidences in this category are, individually, easy to dismiss as purely coincidental, because the field of possible names is so large that any given name invented for a cartoon has some probability of being independently chosen by a real-world entity in the years or decades following. Names are a limited resource. The combination of sounds and syllables that produce pronounceable English words and names is finite. Convergence is inevitable at sufficient scale and over sufficient time. But some of the name coincidences have an additional quality that distinguishes them from pure chance. They are not just names that match, they are names that match in a context that also matches. A fictional Springfield business with an invented name that subsequently matches a real company not just in name but in the category of business, the kind of product or service offered, the aesthetic context in which the name appears. That combination of nominal and contextual matching reduces the probability of pure coincidence considerably. There is a coincidence involving a specific news event that is, on close examination, one of the most specific in the archive and also one of the most difficult to explain. In a 1990 episode, a Springfield newspaper headline appears briefly in the background. The headline references an event that would not actually occur until several years after the episode aired. The specifics of this coincidence are genuinely difficult to assess without having the episode and the subsequent events coverage side by side because the claim requires careful verification against the actual visual content of the episode. What can be said is that newspaper headline coincidences, in which specific language in The Simpsons show's fictional Springfield newspaper later appears in real headlines, have been documented multiple times by careful archive researchers. The Springfield Shopper, the town's fictional newspaper, has provided background detail in hundreds of episodes, and some of the headlines written for those backgrounds have subsequently proved remarkably accurate to real events. These coincidences are particularly interesting because they require a specific kind of creative effort, actually writing a headline. A headline has a structure and a specificity that exceeds most other forms of background detail. Writing a headline about a fictional event requires the writer to specify at least a subject and an action, and in many cases additional details of context, scale, and significance. When those details subsequently match real events, the coincidence is harder to attribute to vague trend observation. The coincidences in this section are the ones that make you slow down, not because they are more alarming than the famous ones, not because they are better evidence of something supernatural, but because they are specific in a way that resists easy filing. They do not fit neatly into the volume argument, or the trend extrapolation explanation, or the insider knowledge explanation. They are small, precise, and stubborn. A background building that matches a future real building. A conversational search interface depicted 3 decades early. A consumer genetic testing service accurately described before the consumer genetic testing market existed. A black hole image anticipating the actual photograph. A newspaper headline that came true. Individually, each one can be explained. Collectively, they form a picture that is more interesting than any individual explanation. The picture is of a show that was, in some fundamental way, deeply and persistently attuned to the world it inhabited and the world that world was becoming. Not supernaturally attuned, not prophetically, but attuned in the way that a very careful, very intelligent, very sustained piece of creative work tends to become attuned to its subject over time. The Simpsons has been paying attention to America for 36 years. These specific coincidences are what 36 years of sustained, intelligent attention looks like. Section 9 complete. Section 10. The debunking problem. Why none of this is simple. There comes a point in any examination of the Simpsons prediction phenomenon where the honest thing to do is to stop and acknowledge everything that is wrong with it. Not because the coincidences are not real. Most of them are real in the minimal sense that the episodes exist and the events they appear to predict also exist, and the resemblance between them is genuine. But the interpretation of those coincidences, the framework through which people tend to understand what they mean, is often less rigorous than the coincidences themselves deserve. The debunking of the prediction phenomenon, done honestly and completely, is not an argument that nothing interesting is happening. It is an argument that what is happening is more interesting than the simple story of prophecy suggests. The first and most fundamental problem is confirmation bias. This is a well-documented tendency of human cognition, in which we remember and weight evidence that confirms our existing beliefs more heavily than we remember and weight evidence that contradicts them. In the context of Simpsons predictions, confirmation bias operates in a specific and powerful way. There are approximately 800 episodes of The Simpsons. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, background details, character moments, and plot elements. The total number of specific observations, predictions, and details embedded in the archive is, conservatively, in the tens of thousands. Of those tens of thousands of specific observations, a certain number have been matched to real events. The ones that have been matched are shared widely, cited repeatedly, and remembered as evidence of the show's predictive capacity. The ones that have not been matched are not shared, not cited, and not remembered. This asymmetry between the remembered hits and the forgotten misses makes the prediction phenomenon appear far more reliable than it actually is. The viral compilation of Simpsons predictions that circulates on social media contains 10 or 20 impressive examples. It does not contain the thousands of Simpsons predictions that proved wrong, because wrong predictions are not interesting and do not generate engagement. If you were to take the complete archive of Simpsons predictions, including all the ones that did not come true, and calculate the actual percentage of specific observations that were matched by subsequent reality, you would almost certainly arrive at a number that is considerably less impressive than the highlight reel suggests. This is not an argument that the predictions are unreal. It is an argument that their significance is being systematically overestimated by a cognitive process that operates on everyone, including people who consider themselves careful thinkers. The second major debunking problem is the definition problem. What counts as a prediction coming true? At one extreme, you could require that a prediction be essentially identical to its real-world counterpart in every significant detail before it counts as a match. Under this standard, most of what people call Simpsons predictions would fail to qualify. The Trump episode would qualify because the match is specific and explicit. But the pandemic episode would not fully qualify because the mechanisms and scale of the fictional Springfield flu differ substantially from COVID-19 ways that matter. At the other extreme, you could count any thematic resemblance between a Simpsons episode and a subsequent real-world event as evidence of prediction. Under this standard, almost everything counts, because the show has dealt with nearly every major theme in American social life, and subsequent reality continues to produce events connected to all of those themes. The actual practice of Simpsons prediction documentation falls somewhere between these extremes, but it tends to fall closer to the loose end of the scale. Thematic resemblances that would not satisfy a strict definition of prediction are regularly presented as evidence of the show's prophetic capacity. The comparison is made, the juxtaposition is compelling, and the conclusion of prediction is reached without careful examination of how close the match actually is. This definitional looseness means that the prediction literature contains a mixture of genuinely striking coincidences and much more approximate matches that have been inflated in their presentation to seem more impressive than they are. The third problem is the multiple comparisons problem, which is related to but distinct from confirmation bias. When researchers are looking for patterns in data, they face a fundamental statistical challenge. If you test enough hypotheses against the same dataset, you will eventually find some that appear to be supported simply by chance. If you flip a coin 1,000 times and look for any pattern in the sequence of heads and tails, you will almost certainly find something that appears non-random. The appearance of pattern is a product of the number of comparisons made, not evidence of underlying order. The Simpsons archive is an enormous dataset. Real-world events since 1989 constitute another enormous dataset. When people compare these two datasets, looking for resemblances, the number of potential comparisons they are implicitly making is astronomical. The probability that some of those comparisons will reveal striking resemblances is very high, entirely independently of whether there is any causal or predictive relationship between the show and the events. This is not a reason to dismiss every apparent coincidence. Some of the coincidences are specific enough that the multiple comparisons problem does not fully explain them. The Cypress Hill concert, the Higgs boson equation, the Consumer Genetic Testing Service, these are specific enough that the probability of a chance match is meaningfully lower than in more thematic coincidences. But many of the coincidences that circulate as evidence of the prediction phenomenon are not specific enough to survive the multiple comparisons problem. They are the expected output of comparing two very large datasets and looking for resemblances. The fourth problem is perhaps the most important and the most underappreciated: the asymmetry of misdetection. When a Simpsons prediction comes true, it is easy to verify and easy to publicize. The episode exists, the event exists, the comparison between them can be made explicitly, visually, in a screenshot or a clip. When a Simpsons prediction fails, verification requires knowing what the prediction was in advance of the events, and then checking that events did not match. This requires systematic advanced cataloging of what the show appeared to predict, followed by systematic checking of whether those predictions came true. Nobody does this systematically. The people who document Simpsons predictions are doing so reactively, responding to events in the real world that appear to match something in the archive. They are not maintaining a list of Simpsons predictions that have not yet come true and checking it regularly. This means that the miss rate of the show's predictive track record is essentially unknown. We know some of what it got right. We know almost nothing about what it got wrong, because wrong predictions are invisible in the absence of systematic tracking. The prediction phenomenon looks impressive because we only ever see the hits. The full record, hits and misses together, might look considerably less impressive. None of this means that the coincidences are not interesting. They are. The Trump prediction is interesting. The pandemic episode is interesting. The Cypress Hill concert is extraordinary. These things are real and they are worth thinking about. What the debunking suggests is that the appropriate frame for thinking about them is not prophecy. The show did not predict the future. The show generated an enormous volume of specific observations about its cultural moment over an extraordinarily long period of time, and some of those observations were eventually matched by real-world events. The matched ones are evidence of the show's quality, the intelligence of its writers, the depth of their cultural engagement, the accuracy of their structural understanding of American society. The matched ones are worth celebrating for what they reveal about the show's achievement as a cultural document. But the frame of supernatural prediction, of the writers knowing something they could not have known, of the show somehow seeing the future, is not accurate. It is a romantic overinterpretation of a phenomenon that is already remarkable without the romance. There is a genuine debate among people who study the prediction phenomenon about whether debunking actually does what it is supposed to do, which is reduce the apparent remarkability of the coincidences. The debunking tools are real and they are correctly applied. Confirmation bias is real, the multiple comparisons problem is real, the definition problem is real, the asymmetry of misdetection is real. All of these factors legitimately reduce the apparent significance of the prediction phenomenon. But even after applying all of them rigorously, some of the coincidences remain. The Cypress Hill concert, the Higgs boson equation, the consumer genetic testing service. These are specific enough that the debunking tools do not fully account for them. What you are left with, after honest application of everything that debunking offers, is a smaller, more specific set of genuinely impressive coincidences, and a much larger set of coincidences that are impressive primarily because of how they have been framed and presented. The smaller, more specific set is still worth discussing. It is still worth staying up late to think about, or falling asleep while contemplating, as the case may be, because even a handful of genuine, high-specificity coincidences across 36 years of cultural production is a remarkable thing. It just is not the thing that the internet tends to make it out to be. The person who has done the most to bring intellectual rigor to the debunking of the Simpsons prediction phenomenon is probably Simon Singh, the science writer whose book examined the show's mathematical content. Singh has written and spoken about the distinction between genuine prediction and coincidence, the role of confirmation bias, and the multiple comparisons problem in the context of Simpsons predictions specifically. His conclusion is essentially the one we have been working toward. The show's apparent predictive capacity is substantially a product of its enormous output, combined with selective attention to hits and forgetting of misses. The genuine mathematical content in the show, which Singh documented carefully, is a different and more impressive phenomenon, evidence of genuine intellectual engagement with rigorous subject matter. The political and cultural predictions, Singh has suggested, are substantially products of the show's sharp, satirical analysis of contemporary American life, which sometimes produces observations accurate enough to describe future as well as current events. The random coincidences, the Cypress Hill concert being the paradigmatic example, are the product of pure chance operating over a long enough timescale on a large enough dataset. Singh's framework is useful and probably correct in its broad strokes, and yet it leaves something that the framework does not quite capture, not because the framework is wrong, but because the thing it is trying to capture is genuinely difficult to articulate. That something is a quality of the show's relationship to time. The Simpsons has been running long enough that it has developed an unusual relationship with the flow of history. Other cultural products exist at a point in time and accumulate historical distance as they age. The Simpsons continues to accumulate new episodes while the earlier ones age. The archive grows from both ends simultaneously. This means that the show has an unusual relationship with both the past and the future. Earlier episodes become historical documents as time passes, acquiring new resonance as the world they depicted becomes more clearly legible in retrospect. Later episodes engage with a world that is itself shaped by decades of cultural output from the earlier ones, a world that in small ways has been influenced by what the show said and how it said it. The show is not predicting the future from outside of time. It is embedded in time, making observations in the present that sometimes prove accurate about the future, and those accurate observations are then embedded in a cultural product that continues to circulate and accumulate meaning as time passes. That circularity is the show's most genuinely interesting property, and it is the thing that the prediction debunking, while accurate, does not quite capture. The debunking, fully and honestly applied, leaves you with something like this. Some of the coincidences are impressive. Many are less impressive than they seem. All of them are the product of a very long, very careful, very intelligent engagement with American culture, rather than supernatural foreknowledge. That conclusion, which is a debunking in form, is actually a statement of considerable admiration in substance. The Simpsons, in this framing, is a remarkable achievement of sustained cultural intelligence. It is not a prophecy. It is something more interesting than a prophecy, a living document of a culture's evolution, produced over such a long time that it has captured enough of the curve of that evolution to occasionally seem to know where the curve was going. That is not nothing. That is, in its own way, extraordinary. And with that, we can move on from the debunking and return to the main story. Section 10, complete. Section 11. The cultural mirror theory Springfield became America. There is an idea, developed by media scholars and cultural critics who have studied The Simpsons seriously, that goes beyond the prediction phenomenon and offers a framework for understanding the show's relationship to American culture at a deeper level. The idea is this: The Simpsons did not predict the future. The Simpsons shaped the future through a mechanism that is simultaneously less mysterious and more profound than supernatural foreknowledge. This is the cultural mirror theory, and it deserves careful examination. The mechanism works like this. The Simpsons has been watched by an enormous number of Americans, and not just watched, absorbed, quoted, referenced, carried around in the heads of a generation as a set of idioms, images, and observations that shape how that generation processes and interprets subsequent experience. When the show makes an observation about American culture, whether it is a joke about political corruption, or a satire of celebrity, or a comment on corporate power, that observation enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people encounter it. For many of them, it becomes part of their conceptual vocabulary, a reference point they reach for when trying to make sense of similar situations in the real world. This has consequences that extend beyond mere cultural familiarity. When The Simpsons made a joke about a television celebrity becoming president of the United States, that joke, seen by millions of people, became part of how those people thought about the relationship between celebrity and political power. It provided a frame. It made the concept familiar. When Donald Trump began his serious run for the presidency in 2015, the cultural memory of The Simpsons episode meant that, for millions of Americans, the event felt recognizable rather than entirely unprecedented. That feeling of recognition is not trivial. It affects how events are processed, discussed, and responded to. An event that feels unprecedented provokes a different kind of response than an event that feels familiar. The Simpsons, by making certain events feel familiar before they occurred, contributed to the cultural environment in which those events eventually unfolded. This is a form of cultural influence that is subtle enough that its effects are nearly impossible to measure. But it is real, and it suggests that the most interesting question about the Simpsons prediction phenomenon is not how the show knew what was coming. It is what role the show played in bringing certain things about. The cultural mirror theory was developed most explicitly in the work of media scholars who studied the show's influence on American political culture, particularly during the 1990s and 2000s. The Simpsons was not the only cultural product making satirical observations about American politics during this period, but it was arguably the most widely watched, and the particular form its observations took, embedded in a family comedy that people watched together and quoted to each other, gave those observations a reach and a stickiness that more explicitly political satire often lacks. When The Simpsons depicted electoral processes as substantially influenced by money and media rather than by the deliberations of informed citizens, that depiction reached tens of millions of households. When The Simpsons depicted politicians as primarily motivated by self-interest, dressed up in the language of public service, that depiction became part of how a generation of Americans thought about politicians. The question of whether The Simpsons made Americans more cynical about politics or merely reflected and amplified a cynicism that was already developing for independent reasons is one that researchers have debated. The answer is probably some of both. The show reflected real conditions in American political life, and it also shaped how those conditions were perceived in ways that may have contributed to the broader cultural drift toward political disengagement and cynicism that characterized the late 20th and early 21st century. This is not a complaint about the show. Political satire has always been a form of social commentary, and The Simpsons' observations about American politics were generally accurate and often genuinely illuminating. The point is simply that cultural products of sufficient reach do not merely reflect culture. They participate in shaping it. The Simpsons was large enough, long enough, and good enough to do both. The cultural mirror theory becomes most interesting when applied to the show's treatment of a specific set of American social and economic phenomena that have, over the decades of the show's run, become increasingly central to public discourse. The gap between the wealthy and the rest, the capture of public institutions by private interests, the difficulty of holding powerful individuals and corporations accountable through formal, legal, and political mechanisms, the erosion of the social compact between employers and employees, the ways in which economic precarity shapes family life and individual aspiration. The Simpsons addressed all of these themes repeatedly and consistently through the relationship between the Simpson family and the world of Mr. Burns and the Springfield nuclear power plant. Homer's economic insecurity, his dependence on an employer who barely notices his existence, his inability to translate his own labor into meaningful economic advancement, his reliance on a job he cannot afford to lose even when the job is manifestly bad for him and his family. These are not just character traits. They are a portrait of a specific economic condition that was becoming increasingly common in America during the decades the show has been on the air. The show depicted this condition not as exceptional, but as normal. Homer's situation was presented as a recognizable version of ordinary American working-class life, exaggerated for comic effect but grounded in recognizable reality. Millions of viewers watched Homer and recognized something of their own economic situation in what they saw. And as the show continued across decades, the economic conditions it depicted became, if anything, more rather than less accurate to the experience of many American workers. Economic precarity increased. The bargaining power of workers relative to employers declined. The gap between the Homers and the Burnses of the American economy widened. The show did not predict this, but it depicted it accurately, consistently, and sympathetically from the beginning. And as the depicted conditions became more, rather than less, representative of the actual American working-class experience, the show's portrait began to function as something more than satire. It became a kind of documentation. There is a specific episode that crystallizes the cultural mirror theory in a way that no other episode quite matches. The episode is from the show's middle period, and it concerns Springfield's relationship to its own history and its own mythology. The town, in this episode, is forced to confront an official narrative about its own origins that turns out to be substantially false. The founding story of Springfield, the version that has been taught in schools and commemorated in civic rituals, is revealed to be a sanitized version of events that were rather less heroic than the official account suggested. The episode's resolution is characteristic Springfield. The community, after briefly confronting the true history, collectively decides to preserve the official narrative. The truth is inconvenient. The official story is comforting and useful. The town chooses comfort. When this episode is placed against the cultural mirror of America in the decades following its air date, the resonance is striking. The question of how communities should deal with painful or uncomfortable historical truths, how they balance the value of honest historical accounting against the social function of shared mythologies, has become one of the defining cultural debates of the early 21st century. The Simpsons depicted that debate, in miniature, in a single episode that resolved it in the distinctively Springfield way. The resolution was satirical in intent, but as the real debate has unfolded in American culture, The Simpsons' resolution has looked less like satire and more like diagnosis. Communities that choose comforting myths over accurate histories do so for comprehensible reasons. The Simpsons did not judge Springfield harshly for making this choice. It observed the choice and its consequences with the show's characteristic mix of affection and sharp clarity. The cultural mirror theory also helps explain something that is sometimes used as a counter-argument to the prediction phenomenon, the cases where The Simpsons predicted something that did not come true. Jetpacks are the canonical example. The show depicted personal flight devices, flying cars, and various other mobility technologies that have not materialized in consumer form, despite being widely predicted by science fiction since the mid-20th century. The Simpsons depicted a future of personal flight that has not arrived. Under the simple prediction model, this is a miss. The show predicted something that did not happen. Score 1 for the debunking side. Under the cultural mirror model, it is something more interesting. The show reflected the collective cultural aspiration toward personal flight technology that has been a consistent feature of American technological optimism since at least the 1950s. The fact that this aspiration has not been realized is itself a meaningful cultural datum, revealing something about the gap between American technological ambition and the specific directions in which technology has actually developed. The jetpack miss is not evidence against the prediction phenomenon. It is evidence that cultural mirrors reflect aspirations as well as actualities, that the archive contains both what America was moving toward and what America wanted to believe it was moving toward, and that the distinction between these two things is sometimes very clear only in retrospect. One of the quieter dimensions of the cultural mirror theory is the role the show has played in shaping how subsequent generations have understood the specific cultural phenomena it depicted. People who grew up watching The Simpsons in the 1990s and early 2000s had their understanding of certain social and economic phenomena substantially shaped by the show's treatment of them. Their picture of nuclear power plant safety culture, of small-town political dynamics, of the relationship between local media and local power structures was substantially derived from or influenced by Springfield. When these viewers subsequently encountered real-world phenomena that resembled what the show had depicted, their existing imaginative framework, shaped in part by the show, influenced how they understood what they were seeing. This creates a feedback loop. The show's depictions shape viewers' imaginative frameworks. Those frameworks shape how viewers understand real events. Real events shaped by those frameworks bear a resemblance to the show's depictions that confirms the prediction narrative for those viewers. The confirmation of the prediction narrative reinforces the show's authority as a cultural interpreter, which increases the show's influence on subsequent viewers' imaginative frameworks. The loop is not seamless. The show's influence is not unlimited, and many other factors shape how people understand the world. But the loop is real, and it helps explain why the prediction phenomenon feels more significant than a simple accounting of hits and misses would suggest. The predictions are not just coincidences. They are the visible output of a deep entanglement between the show and the culture it both reflects and shapes. There is a moment in the show's history that crystallizes the cultural mirror theory more vividly than any other. In 2007, The Simpsons movie was released. The film's plot involves the Environmental Protection Agency, at the direction of a figure of authority played for satire placing a glass dome over Springfield to contain the town's environmental contamination, cutting its residents off from the rest of the country. The film received enthusiastic reviews and was commercially successful. And over the decade and a half following its release, as environmental politics became increasingly central to American public discourse, as the question of who bears the costs of environmental contamination became a defining social justice issue, and as the phrase environmental sacrifice zone entered common usage to describe communities bearing disproportionate environmental burdens, the Simpsons movie's dome returned to the cultural conversation repeatedly. The dome was a satirical image, but the reality of communities cut off from broader social investment and support because of their environmental conditions is not satirical. It is real, documented, and increasingly publicly recognized. The film did not predict this. It satirized a tendency in American environmental policy that was already present in 2007. But as that tendency became more rather than less pronounced in subsequent years, the satirical image of the dome acquired a new resonance, the quality of having named something before that thing was fully named in public discourse. That is the cultural mirror at work. The show reflects an existing reality. The reflected image circulates widely, and when the reality grows more pronounced and visible, the earlier image seems to have predicted it, when what it actually did was see it clearly before most observers did. America and Springfield. Springfield and America. The mirror keeps moving, the image in it keeps shifting, and the show keeps running, episode after episode, observation after observation, adding to an archive that grows more complex and more capacious with each passing year. We are almost at the end of our journey through the archive tonight. One more section remains. Section 11 complete. Section 12. The final mystery. Why we keep watching. We have been in Springfield for a long time tonight. We have walked through 36 years of episodes, through hundreds of coincidences, both famous and obscure, through the rational explanations, and the residue that remains after the rational explanations have been carefully applied. We have examined the debunking and found it both accurate and insufficient. We have explored the cultural mirror theory and found it more illuminating than the prophecy narrative, but still not fully capturing the quality of the thing we have been trying to understand. And now we arrive at the final mystery, the one that is not about specific predictions or particular coincidences or the mechanisms of cultural influence. The one that is, in some ways, the most personal and the most difficult to answer. Why do we keep watching? This is not a rhetorical question. The Simpsons has been on the air for 36 years. Its quality, by the consensus of critics and long-term fans, has fluctuated considerably over that time. The golden era of the show, the period from roughly the 3rd through the 8th seasons that produced the episodes most often cited as among the greatest in the history of television, ended decades ago. The show has continued to produce new episodes since then, and some of those episodes have been excellent. But the consistent, sustained excellence of the golden era has not been recaptured. By any rational assessment of quality, the show probably should have been canceled years or even decades ago. Many shows of lesser initial quality and shorter golden eras have been canceled. Many of the specific writers and performers responsible for the show's greatest work have moved on. The conditions that produced the golden era no longer exist, and yet the show continues. And the audience continues to watch. Why? The first answer is the most obvious, and like most obvious answers, it is partially correct. The show continues because it still makes people laugh. Episodes of the show in its later seasons are not as consistently funny as the golden era episodes, but they are still comedies that occasionally produce genuine comedy. There is an audience for that. The audience watches. But this answer is insufficient on its own, because the show's continued existence is not just a product of its continued ability to generate laughs. There are many comedies on television that generate laughs without producing the particular kind of loyalty and longing that The Simpsons inspires. People who stopped regularly watching The Simpsons years ago still identify with the show, still quote from it, still feel a relationship to it that they do not feel with comedies that made them laugh more recently. The loyalty to The Simpsons is not simple loyalty to a comedy that makes you laugh. It is something more complicated, something that involves the way the show has become embedded in people's sense of themselves and their experience of the world. The second answer is nostalgia, and this one is also partially correct but also partially misleading. Many people who watched The Simpsons in the 1990s associate the show with specific periods in their own lives: childhood, adolescence, the particular quality of certain Saturday evenings or Sunday nights, specific family memories structured around watching the show together. The emotional associations with those periods are real, and they transfer to the show in ways that make watching it feel like accessing a part of one's own past. Nostalgia is a powerful force, and it accounts for a significant portion of The Simpsons' continued cultural relevance, but it does not account for all of it. The show continues to attract new viewers who have no nostalgic relationship to it, viewers who were born after the golden era, who encounter the show as archive rather than as a piece of their personal history. These viewers sometimes develop the same kind of deep relationship to the show that nostalgic viewers have, suggesting that the show's pull is not purely a product of personal history. There is something in the show itself, independent of nostalgia, that produces a particular kind of relationship between viewers and the work. The third answer is the most interesting and the hardest to articulate. The Simpsons offers something that very few long-running cultural products can offer: a stable world. A world that is always there, always recognizable, always anchored in the same characters and the same town and the same fundamental relationships, no matter how much the external world changes. The stability is not just aesthetic, it is emotional. Springfield is a place where certain things are always true. Homer always loves his family, however imperfectly. Marge always holds things together. Bart always has the energy of rebellion. Lisa always holds onto her idealism even when it costs her. Maggie always watches. These constants are not plot points. They are the emotional architecture of the show, the deep structure beneath the surface comedy. And they represent a kind of permanence that the real world does not offer. In the real world, families change. Parents age, children grow up and leave home. The houses of childhood are sold or transformed. The specific configuration of people and relationships that constituted home, whatever home meant for you, eventually becomes part of the past. It does not remain. It cannot remain. The Simpsons remains. Bart is 10 years old. He has been 10 years old for 36 years. He will be 10 years old the next time you watch. The couch is always there. The television is always on. Homer is always coming through the door. The family is always intact. This permanence is, technically speaking, a production choice. The floating timeline, the lack of character aging, the episodic reset. But its emotional function is something more than a production choice. It is a promise. The promise that this particular configuration of warmth and chaos and love and frustration, this specific domestic world, will be there when you return to it. And people return to it. Across decades. Across the changes of their own lives. Because the permanence of Springfield offers something that the impermanence of real life does not. This connection to the coincidence phenomenon is not accidental. The reason the Simpsons predictions feel significant, the reason they produce the particular quality of reaction that they do, the mixture of delight and unease and wonder, is related to the show's quality of permanence. When a Simpsons episode from 1995 appears to predict an event from 2015, what that coincidence does, emotionally, is collapse the distance between those two moments. It makes 1995 feel continuous with 2015, makes the world of Springfield feel continuous with the world of the real event, makes the passage of 20 years feel navigable because the same show, the same characters, the same town, was present throughout. The prediction coincidences are not just curious intellectual puzzles. They are emotional experiences that reinforce the show's quality of continuity and permanence. They say, this show has been watching all along. This show was here 20 years ago, and it saw this coming, and it is here now, and it is still watching. That is a comforting thing to believe. Even if it is not quite true, even if the predictions are better explained by volume and confirmation bias and the intelligence of the writers, the emotional function of the coincidences is to reinforce the sense of a presence that has been consistent across time. The question of why we keep watching also has an answer that is less comfortable. We keep watching because the show reflects something about American life that we have not been able to outgrow. The economic precarity, the political disillusionment, the sense that the systems that are supposed to work do not quite work, that the people who are supposed to be accountable are not quite accountable, that the gap between how things are described and how things actually function is persistent and structural rather than incidental. The Simpsons has been depicting these conditions since 1989. In 1989, the depiction was satirical, an exaggeration of conditions that existed but that many people believed were being addressed, that were moving in a better direction. As the decades have passed, the satirical exaggeration has come to look less like exaggeration and more like documentation. Springfield's nuclear plant, which should be shut down but remains open because too many people depend on it economically, is a portrait of a real dynamic in American industrial life. Springfield's billionaire, who is never held accountable because his wealth insulates him from the consequences of his actions, is a portrait of a real pattern in American economic life. Springfield's political class, which consistently prioritizes the interests of the powerful over the interests of the many because the powerful have the resources to make their preferences felt, is a portrait of a real tendency in American political life. We keep watching because the show keeps being accurate, and the accuracy is not comforting, but it is honest, and there is something that people seek in honesty even when the honesty is uncomfortable. The Simpsons shows you the world as it is, dressed in yellow and four-fingered and safely fictional. It shows you a world that is funny and terrible and full of love and frequently unjust. And it keeps showing you that world, episode after episode, year after year, because that is what the world keeps being. There is a final thing to say about the coincidences, the predictions, the cultural mirror, the debunking, and all the rest of it. The reason this subject is worth 2 hours, worth a long, sleepless night of careful attention, worth following into the subtle and specific and occasionally unsettling territory we have explored together tonight, is not that it proves something about the show's supernatural properties. It does not. The reason this subject is worth the time is what it reveals about the relationship between a very long, very intelligent, very sustained creative work and the culture that produced it. 36 years is an extraordinary amount of time to maintain a creative vision, to keep producing work, to keep paying attention, to keep finding new angles of observation on the same subjects. Almost no creative work achieves this. The ones that do achieve it tend to leave a mark on their culture that exceeds what any individual episode or moment could produce. The accumulation of sustained, careful, intelligent observation becomes, over time, something larger than the sum of its parts. The coincidences are what the accumulation looks like from the outside. They are the visible evidence of a sustained, decades-long, remarkably intelligent engagement with American life, refracted through the particular lens of a cartoon family in a fictional town that has somehow become one of the most accurate portraits of America that American culture has ever produced. That is the real story of The Simpsons' predictions, not prophecy, not supernatural foreknowledge. A piece of creative work so long and so honest and so deeply embedded in its cultural moment that it cannot help but get things right, over and over, in ways that keep surprising us even after we have developed every available framework for understanding why it happens. The night is very deep now. If you have been with us all this time, through all 12 sections, through all the coincidences and the frameworks, and the quiet digressions into what it all might mean, then you have spent a long time in Springfield. Springfield, where the fish have 3 eyes, and the beer is always cold, and the same family sits on the same couch in the same house every week, and nobody ages and nothing ends, and the couch gag always plays, and Homer always comes through the door. Springfield, which is everywhere and nowhere, which is on the coast, and in the heartland, and near the Canadian border, and near Mexico, which is in every state and no state, which is, in the end, wherever you are right now, in whatever room the night has gathered around you, because that is the final coincidence. The strangest and most specific of all, you are here, tonight, thinking about The Simpsons. And The Simpsons, all 800 episodes of it, all 36 years of it, all the predictions and the misses and the cultural observations and the gentle, satirical portraits of the world, is also here. It has always been here. It will be here when you wake up. It will be here in 10 years and in 20 years probably, still running, still adding to the archive, still watching America and noting what it sees. The show that never ends. The family that never ages. The town that is everywhere. We built that. We keep building it. Every time we watch, every time we quote a line from a 1994 episode in a 2025 conversation, every time we say that's exactly like a Simpsons episode, and feel the small shock of recognition that the world has arranged itself into a shape the show already imagined. We keep building Springfield from the outside by watching it from the inside, and it keeps predicting us. Or maybe it is the other way around. The night is finished. The archive is still there, enormous and patient, waiting for the next coincidence to reveal itself, waiting for the next real-world event to rhyme with something buried in a 1997 background detail. Sleep well. Springfield will be here when you get back. It always is. Section 1 Expansion. The Prediction Machine. Long before the show had a single episode in the can, before the animators had worked out the precise shade of yellow that would define its visual identity for 3.5 decades, before the voice actors had fully settled into the rhythms of the characters they would inhabit for the rest of their professional lives, the writers of The Simpsons were doing something unusual. They were paying attention. This sounds like a small thing. Attention is something everyone pays in varying degrees of depth and consistency. But there is a quality of attention that distinguishes people who go on to produce work of enduring accuracy from people who observe the world and find it opaque. It is the kind of attention that does not stop at the surface of things, that keeps asking the next question and the next one after that follows a thread of observation through a social phenomenon until it arrives at its underlying mechanism. The Simpsons writing staff, at its peak, was full of people with this quality of attention. They came from environments that cultivated it, competitive academic institutions that selected for and rewarded exactly the kind of disciplined, persistent intellectual engagement that produces deep understanding of complex systems. And they applied that quality of attention to the richest possible subject matter, American culture in all its contradictions and comedy and darkness and warmth. The result was a show that accumulated, over time, an extraordinary archive of cultural observation. An archive so large and so carefully constructed that it became a kind of map. A map of the territory that American life was traveling through, drawn with enough accuracy that the features of future terrain sometimes appeared on it before that terrain was reached. That is the most honest description of the Simpsons prediction phenomenon. A map that was drawn carefully enough and over a long enough period of time that the territory sometimes seems to have arranged itself in accordance with the map rather than the other way around. It is an odd thing to say about a cartoon, but it is, as best as we can understand it, true. The first season of the show was, by the consensus of most observers, the weakest of its run. The animation was rougher, the character voices less settled, the tonal balance between satire and sentiment still being calibrated. The show that would go on to become the most analyzed piece of entertainment in the history of television was, in its first year, still becoming itself. But even in that first season, certain qualities were already present that would eventually produce the prediction phenomenon. The show's treatment of Homer Simpson's job, from the very beginning, was not just a situational premise. It was a social observation. Homer worked at a nuclear power plant because nuclear power plants were sites of a particular kind of American anxiety in the late 1980s. The 3 Mile Island accident of 1979 was still a relatively recent memory. The Chernobyl disaster of 1986 had just occurred. The question of nuclear power's safety record, of the relationship between private profit and public risk in the management of nuclear facilities, was a live and contested issue in American public life. The writers chose a nuclear power plant not arbitrarily, but because it was the right setting for the social observation they wanted to make. A setting where the gap between official reassurance and actual risk was wide and well documented. A setting where the power of institutional authority and economic interest combined to suppress legitimate concern. A setting that exemplified, in concentrated form, dynamics that operated across many different sectors of American economic and social life. That choice, made before the first episode aired, shaped everything that followed. Because the nuclear power plant as a setting forced the show to engage repeatedly and with increasing depth with questions about risk, accountability, economic power, and the relationship between ordinary citizens and the institutions that shape their lives. Those questions are, at their core, questions about the future, about where unaddressed risks lead when they are not addressed, about what happens to communities that are exposed to hazards they cannot effectively regulate. In asking those questions, episode after episode, across 36 years, the show produced answers that often proved accurate, not because the writers were supernatural, because the questions were the right questions. Nights have a quality that is particular to each one. Some nights feel brisk and clear, with the mind running fast and sharp through whatever occupies it. Others have a slower, deeper quality, a heaviness that is not unpleasant, a sense of the world turning below the threshold of ordinary wakefulness. This is one of the slower ones. The ideas move at their own pace here. There is no urgency in following them. If a particular thread seems worth pursuing, we pursue it. If it circles back to something we passed earlier, that is fine too. The archive is circular in its own way. One observation leading to another, leading back to a place we thought we had left, seen now from a different angle. The prediction phenomenon is like that. You approach it from one direction and find the rational explanation. You circle around it and find the cultural mirror. You come at it from below and find the quality of sustained attention that produced it. And then you step back and find that all three of those are true simultaneously, and that none of them fully accounts for the feeling the phenomenon produces. The feeling of a joke that knew what was coming. We carry that feeling with us as we move deeper into the archive. Section 2 Expansion. The Donald Trump Prophecy. Let us dwell a little longer in the world of the episode that started everything. Bart to the Future aired in March of 2000, and it belongs to a specific period in the show's creative history. A period of relative transition between the absolute brilliance of the middle seasons and the more uneven output that followed. The episode is not considered among the show's finest by most critics. Its central conceit, a vision of Bart's future shown to him by a casino owner, is whimsical in a way that sits slightly outside the show's most characteristic register. But within that whimsical frame, the writers embedded something that proved to be among the sharpest observations the show ever made about the direction of American political culture. The Trump reference was, as we have discussed, grounded in real observation. Trump had been flirting with presidential ambitions for over a decade before the episode aired. His 1,999 Reform Party campaign had been covered extensively in the media. The comedic potential of a Trump presidency had already been explored in other contexts, in late-night jokes, in editorial cartoons, in the kind of satirical shorthand that political comedians had been reaching for throughout the 1990s, but the Simpsons version had a specific quality that the other treatments lacked. It was not just a joke about the absurdity of a Trump presidency, it was a joke about the consequences of a Trump presidency. The episode depicted not just Trump winning, but Trump leaving the country in a state that required significant remediation by his successor. The specific form of that remediation, fiscal crisis requiring an intelligent, principled leader to navigate a depleted treasury, contained an implicit theory of what a Trump administration would look like from the inside. That theory proved, in certain respects, accurate. The fiscal implications of the policies enacted during the actual Trump presidency were disputed but significant. The sense of a country whose resources and institutions required rebuilding after a period of particular stress was a widely shared characterization of what the subsequent administration inherited. The show was not just right about who the president would be. It was, in a partial and imprecise way, right about what that presidency would look like. That additional layer of accuracy is the part that tends to get lost in the simple citation of the episode as evidence of Simpsons' prediction. The escalator. It deserves its own paragraph, its own extended consideration, because it is the detail that most resists easy explanation. When Trump descended the golden escalator at Trump Tower in June of 2015 to announce his presidential campaign, the image was immediately seized upon by media observers as revealing something important about the candidate's self-presentation. The choice of the escalator, in a building named after himself, descending from the upper floors to a crowd assembled at the base, had a quality of deliberate staging that communicated a specific message about the kind of campaign this was going to be. It was theatrical. It was grandiose. It was designed for the cameras. In the Simpsons episode, a visual element depicting a Trump-adjacent figure descending in a manner that rhymed visually with this image appeared. The specific visual, the combination of golden surroundings and downward movement in the context of Trump's public persona, was in the episode before the real event. The explanation, as noted earlier, is that both the fictional depiction and the real staging drew from the same vocabulary of images associated with Trump's established brand. Trump Tower's escalator was a famous landmark. Golden, luxurious spaces were central to Trump's self-presentation. These visual elements were not invented by the Simpsons writers. They were transcribed from the existing Trump aesthetic. When Trump's campaign staged the announcement, they were deploying the same vocabulary that The Simpsons had already drawn on. The convergence of the two images was a product of both parties drawing from a common source rather than one predicting the other. But hold that explanation in your mind, and then look at the image again. The man descending from above to the crowd assembled below, the golden surroundings, the theatrical self-presentation, the specific visual grammar of a person presenting themselves as a leader descending to those who need to be led. Even knowing the explanation, the image retains its quality of coincidence. Knowing why two things look similar does not fully erase the experience of seeing them look similar. The brain that notices the pattern is not satisfied by the explanation of the pattern's origin. It continues to register the resemblance, alongside the explanation, simultaneously. That dual experience of understanding and of continuing to find something striking despite the understanding is characteristic of the best Simpsons coincidences. They survive their own explanations. The cultural context of the year 2000, when the Trump episode aired, is worth spending a moment with because it adds texture to the coincidence that is easy to lose sight of from the vantage point of 2025. In 2000, Donald Trump was a significant but not uniquely prominent figure in American public life. He was wealthy, famous, and photogenic. He had a television presence and a recognizable aesthetic. He was known primarily in the Northeast, particularly in New York, where his real estate empire was headquartered and where his more colorful personal life had been covered extensively by the tabloid press. Outside of New York and the circles of real estate and entertainment in which he moved, Trump was a somewhat peripheral figure in 2000 American culture. The Reform Party campaign he had briefly run in 1999 had not significantly expanded his profile beyond his existing audience. He was not, in 2000, a nationally dominant figure in the way he would become over the following decade and a half of The Apprentice and its aftermath. The Simpsons writers chose him anyway, not because he was the most obvious celebrity politician in America in 2000, but because he was the most legible symbol of the specific phenomenon they were trying to satirize. The combination of extreme wealth, ostentatious self-promotion, and genuine political ambition, deployed with a total disregard for the conventional norms of political presentation, was something that Trump embodied more purely than any other available figure. That the writers were able to identify him as the right symbol in 2000, when his national profile was still relatively limited, suggests that they were engaging with the phenomenon he represented at a level of abstraction that went beyond his current public prominence. They were not commenting on Trump's actual cultural significance in 2000. They were identifying him as the most accurate available avatar for a tendency in American culture that would eventually produce a figure of much greater significance. In other words, they chose Trump not because he was already the most important instance of the phenomenon, but because they could see that the phenomenon was heading toward producing something like him on a larger scale. And they were right. One of the things that makes the Trump coincidence so enduringly compelling, and that keeps it alive in cultural conversation years after its initial viral moment, is the way it relates to a broader set of questions about how democracies work in media-saturated environments. The show's consistent argument, across dozens of episodes dealing with local and national politics, was that the relationship between celebrity and democratic legitimacy was closer and more problematic than the formal theory of democratic politics would suggest. The mechanisms of democratic participation, voting, and representation and deliberation were real, but they operated within a cultural environment shaped by media, by image, by the presentation of personality, in ways that were not fully captured by the formal theory. Celebrity in this analysis is not external to democratic politics. It is a resource within democratic politics, convertible into electoral advantage in ways that reward certain kinds of public visibility and penalize others. The particular skills required to generate and maintain celebrity, the ability to command attention, to project personality compellingly, to remain in the public consciousness across long periods through varied kinds of presence, are also In a media-saturated democracy, relevant skills for political success. This observation, embedded in The Simpsons' treatment of politics from its earliest seasons, was a precise description of the mechanism by which a figure like Trump would eventually achieve political success. Not by cultivating the policy expertise and institutional relationships that conventional political wisdom emphasized, but by leveraging an existing celebrity platform and applying it to political ambition. The show had been describing that mechanism for years before Trump's political career began, and when the career began, the mechanism was visible to anyone who had been paying attention to what the show had been saying. Section 3: Expansion Technology Futures. The show's treatment of technology across its run forms one of the most coherent through lines in the entire archive, and tracing it carefully reveals a quality of forward vision that is more than the sum of its individual predictions. The key to understanding the technology predictions is recognizing that the writers were not primarily interested in technology itself. They were interested in what technology reveals about human nature and about the social arrangements humans construct around it. When they depicted a piece of technology that did not yet exist, they were usually not trying to forecast the technology. They were using the technology as a vehicle for observing something they already understood about human behavior. The video calling sequences are illustrative. The writers depicted video calling not because they knew exactly when the technology would become commercially viable, but because they understood that humans desire real-time visual connection with people who are not physically present. That desire was not created by video calling technology. It pre-existed the technology. The technology, when it arrived, was a response to a pre-existing human want. Understanding the want, which is a question of human nature rather than technological forecasting, is what allows you to accurately depict the technology. If you know what people want, you can describe the tool they will eventually build to satisfy that want. And since technological development is substantially shaped by what people want, describing the tool accurately is a form of prediction. This is the deep mechanism underlying many of The Simpsons' technology predictions. Not foreknowledge of specific engineering developments, but accurate understanding of the human desires that those developments would eventually be designed to satisfy. The portable music player prediction works the same way. The writers did not know that Steve Jobs and Apple's engineering team would design a device with a click wheel and 1,000 songs in your pocket. They knew that people love music, that they want their music available everywhere they go, that the constraints of physical media, of cassette tapes and CD cases, were experienced as frustrations. The device that would eventually remove those frustrations was not specified by the show. But the desire for the device was understood clearly enough that the show could depict something that satisfied that desire, and that depiction eventually matched what Apple produced. The internet predictions carry a particular resonance because the internet, more than any other technology of the past half-century, has transformed the experience of being human in ways that the show managed to anticipate with surprising accuracy. The show's earliest internet-related content, from the early to mid-1990s, depicted a technology that was simultaneously democratizing and alienating. People found community online that they could not find in person. People also lost themselves in online spaces in ways that cost them real-world connection. The internet offered access to information that had previously been inaccessible to ordinary people. It also offered access to misinformation, to toxic communities, to the darker manifestations of human impulse that face-to-face social environments tend to suppress. These observations were not predictions of specific platforms or specific phenomena. They were predictions of the general character of a technology that gave human impulse a new and powerful channel for expression. Human impulse has not changed since the internet was invented. What the internet did was amplify and accelerate the expression of impulses that had always existed, both the constructive ones and the destructive ones. The writers understood this because they understood human nature. And understanding human nature is the deepest form of technological prediction, the kind that survives the evolution of specific platforms and devices because it is grounded in something that does not change. The autocorrect joke requires a moment of additional attention because it demonstrates something interesting about how the show's relationship to technology worked at a microscopic level. The Newton personal digital assistant was, in the early 1990s, a product that generated significant press coverage and significant consumer disappointment. It was one of the first widely marketed handheld computer devices intended for ordinary consumers, and its handwriting recognition feature, which was central to its intended use case, was notoriously unreliable. The technology existed and was in consumer hands. The failure mode, substituting wrong words for intended words, was a documented and widely discussed frustration. The show's joke about Newton autocorrect was therefore not a prediction of a future technology. It was a satire of an existing technology that was widely known to be frustrating. The joke's accuracy was not predictive, but observational. What makes it interesting in retrospect is that the specific failure mode it satirized, contextually plausible but wrong word substitution, has remained a persistent characteristic of autocorrect technology for decades after the Newton was discontinued and replaced by far more sophisticated systems. The failure mode that the show satirized in 1994 as a current frustration is still recognizable to anyone who has sent a text message in 2025. This suggests that the failure mode is not a temporary artifact of early technology, but something more persistent and structural, a product of the fundamental difficulty of the problem autocorrect is trying to solve and the trade-offs inherent in any solution. The show was accurate not just about the current frustration, but about the persistence of the frustration across generations of improving technology. That is a different and more impressive kind of accuracy than the simple coincidence narrative tends to capture. Section 4. Expansion, the pandemic episode. The spring of 2020 was unlike any spring in living memory. The pandemic arrived slowly in public consciousness, and then all at once, in the way that disasters tend to arrive, the way that something that has been building for weeks or months suddenly becomes the only thing anyone can talk about. In the span of days in March of 2020, the world changed in ways that felt impossible to absorb in real time. Schools closed, businesses shuttered, streets that had been busy a week earlier became eerily quiet. People who had not thought carefully about infectious disease transmission were suddenly thinking about almost nothing else. And somewhere in all of that, someone remembered margin chains. The episode circulated on social media in late March of 2020 with a velocity that had not been seen for a Simpsons prediction since the Trump episode in 2016. The parallels were immediately legible to anyone watching. The Asian flu, the community spread, the overwhelmed hospital, the desperate search for a cure, the bee swarm, the particular quality of collective panic and collective coping that the episode depicted. What made the circulation of this episode different from most Simpsons prediction discussions was the emotional weight it carried. In 2016, when the Trump episode went viral, the dominant emotion was a mixture of disbelief and dark humor. In 2020, when the pandemic episode circulated, the situation was graver and the emotion was correspondingly more complex. People were frightened. They were grieving, or beginning to grieve. And into that atmosphere came this cartoon from 1993 that seemed to have seen it all coming. The experience of watching that episode in April 2020 was not the same as watching it would have been in any other context. The familiar Simpsons visual grammar, the yellow characters, the Springfield hospital, the community's response to collective threat, was now superimposed on a real-world experience that was simultaneously too big and too close to hold easily in the mind. The cartoon made the real thing slightly more manageable. The real thing made the cartoon slightly more terrifying. This is one of the ways in which the cultural mirror works in practice. The fictional version of an experience does not remain simply fictional once the real experience begins. It becomes a frame through which the real experience is partially understood, a reference point that makes the overwhelming slightly more legible. The murder hornets deserve their own extended moment because they represent something unusual within the coincidence literature. A coincidence within a coincidence. The bee swarm in the 1993 episode was itself a coincidence, layered on top of a structural prediction. The structural prediction, the respiratory illness spreading from Asia to a Western community, was the product of genuine epidemiological awareness and social observation. The bee swarm, a random, absurdist visual that the episode deployed for comedic escalation, was not predictive of anything in a structural sense. And then the murder hornets arrived in the spring of 2020. The murder hornets were not, in themselves, a public health crisis. Asian giant hornets are genuine ecological concerns because of their potential to devastate honeybee populations. which would have significant downstream effects on agricultural pollination and food production. But as a direct threat to human health, they were not remotely comparable to COVID-19. The media coverage they received was disproportionate to their actual danger, amplified by the particular appetite for disaster narrative that the pandemic had created. But they were there, in the same spring. The same actual spring as the pandemic. There were large aggressive insects from Asia being discovered in North America. And the Simpsons episode had depicted both of these things simultaneously in a 1993 cartoon. The double coincidence, the pandemic parallel and the insect parallel, both occurring in the same spring, was what made the episode's circulation feel different from other Simpsons prediction discussions. The probability of both things, the pandemic structure and the bee swarm, occurring simultaneously in the same real-world episode, was low enough that the explanation by pure chance became difficult to sustain with complete comfort. And yet that is almost certainly what it was. Pure chance, operating over 27 years on two parallel threads of coincidence, both of which happened to mature at the same moment. The structural prediction of the pandemic character was the product of careful observation. The bee swarm parallel was pure chance. They arrived together by coincidence, but they arrived together. And the experience of watching them arrive together is not erased by understanding the mechanism that produced them. Section 5. Expansion Science Coincidences. The relationship between The Simpsons and the scientific community has been, over the decades, a genuinely reciprocal one. Scientists who grew up watching the show have described it as one of the cultural products that shaped their intellectual development, that made thinking rigorously about the world feel like an enjoyable rather than a purely academic exercise. The show, in turn, employed writers who were themselves scientifically literate in ways that produced content capable of sustaining that kind of engagement. David X. Cohen, who wrote for The Simpsons before moving to Futurama, was representative of this relationship. Cohen had studied mathematics at Harvard and physics at Berkeley, and he brought to the show a quality of scientific literacy that manifested in specific ways. The equations that appeared on chalkboards in background scenes were real equations, constructed with mathematical care. The scientific references embedded in dialogue were accurate to the actual science they referenced. The jokes about physics and mathematics were jokes that actual physicists and mathematicians found funny, which is a considerably higher bar than making jokes that sound like they might be about physics. This created a quality of scientific content in the show that was unusual for primetime entertainment. The show was not just adjacent to science, it was in specific and documented ways engaged with it. And that engagement produced, over time, a body of content that intersected with actual scientific developments in ways that created the appearance of prediction. The Higgs boson equation is the clearest example of this intersection. The equation appeared in an episode where Homer is working at a chalkboard, in the visual tradition of academic problem solving that the show frequently deployed as a background detail. It was not central to the episode's plot. It was a background flourish, a piece of visual texture contributed by writers who understood what real physics equations look like. But that background flourish contained real physics. The equation was not arbitrary symbol arrangement that happened to look mathematical. It was a real attempt to express, using the actual formalism of particle physics, a relationship involving the Higgs boson. The attempt was not fully correct, as Simon Singh's analysis demonstrated, but it was a real attempt, by someone who understood what they were attempting, to describe a real particle that was still awaiting experimental confirmation when the episode aired. The Donut Universe episode has a quality that is easy to underestimate because the surface joke is so obvious. Homer's motivation for proposing a toroidal universe is transparently autobiographical. Of course, the donut-obsessed Homer would propose that the universe is shaped like a donut. The joke writes itself. But beneath the obvious joke is a real piece of speculative cosmology that the writers had embedded in the episode. The toroidal universe is not a Simpsons invention. It is a genuine hypothesis in theoretical cosmology, one that has been explored seriously by physicists interested in the global topology of spacetime. The hypothesis proposes that the universe, instead of extending infinitely in all directions or curving back on itself in a simple spherical topology, might be shaped like a torus, a shape in which space wraps around in two directions simultaneously. Traveling far enough in one direction would eventually bring you back to where you started. as would traveling far enough in the perpendicular direction. This hypothesis was circulating in theoretical physics literature well before the Simpsons episode aired. The writers, through their connections to the scientific community and their habit of engaging with cutting-edge scientific ideas, were aware of it. They embedded it in a joke about Homer's relationship to donuts. And then, in the early 2000s, analysis of the cosmic microwave background produced data that some cosmologists interpreted as evidence consistent with a toroidal topology. The idea moved from the fringes of theoretical speculation towards serious scientific consideration. The Simpsons had been there first. Not as a genuine prediction, but as an early engagement with a speculative idea that the scientific mainstream subsequently validated as worth taking seriously. The three-eyed fish that appeared in Argentina in 2011 deserves a moment of ecological context that most presentations of the coincidence skip. Fish mutations, including those affecting eye number and structure, are documented in the scientific literature. They occur in the wild for various reasons, most of which are genetic rather than environmental. A single three-eyed fish near a nuclear power plant is not, by itself, evidence of nuclear contamination causing the mutation. The mutation is much more likely to be a spontaneous genetic aberration than a radiation-induced effect. This matters for understanding the coincidence because Blinky, the Simpsons' three-eyed fish, was explicitly presented as evidence of radiation contamination. The show used Blinky as a symbol of what nuclear pollution does to wildlife, a satirical exaggeration of actual documented effects of nuclear waste on aquatic ecosystems. The Argentine fish was probably not Blinky. It was probably not a radiation-induced mutation. It was probably a genetic aberration that happened to occur in a fish that happened to be caught in a river near a nuclear facility. But the visual impact of the real fish, photographed and circulated alongside screenshots of Blinky, was independent of those probabilities. The image of a real three-eyed fish near a real nuclear power plant landed with the force of a literalized metaphor. The satirical exaggeration had been matched by an actual natural event. The fact that the match was probably coincidental, that the Argentine fish was not actually evidence of nuclear contamination, did not reduce the emotional impact of seeing it. The satire had been literalized, however accidentally. Section 6. Expansion Sports and Entertainment. The Simpsons' engagement with the world of professional sports was always more than a source of situational comedy. The show used sports as a lens through which to examine some of its most consistent themes: economic inequality, the exploitation of physical labor, the relationship between individual performance and institutional power, the particular quality of community identity that sports teams provide for their host cities. When Homer became, briefly, a professional baseball player, the episode explored the economic conditions of professional sports labor with a specificity that was unusual for primetime comedy. When Springfield's NFL franchise became the focus of an episode, the show examined the relationship between team ownership, municipal politics, and the extraction of public resources in ways that were more acute than most sports journalism of the period. These structural observations about the economics of professional sports proved accurate in ways that sports journalists have documented in detail in the decades since the episodes aired. The leverage that team ownership can exert over municipal governments, the public subsidy of private facilities, the tension between the community identity that sports teams generate and the private interests that control those teams, all of these dynamics became major stories in sports journalism in subsequent years. The show had been describing them since the early 1990s. Among the entertainment predictions, there is a category that receives almost no attention, but that is, on reflection, among the more specific in the archive. Predictions about specific performers' career trajectories. The show frequently depicted guest performers, celebrities who appeared as themselves in Springfield episodes, and in doing so captured something about those performers' public personas at a specific moment. Some of those depictions contained implicit predictions about where the performers' careers were heading. In several cases, the implied trajectory of the episode's treatment matched the actual subsequent trajectory of the performer's career with a specificity that goes beyond what general cultural awareness would suggest. A performer depicted in a particular kind of decline, depicted as being out of step with current trends or struggling to maintain relevance, sometimes proved to be heading toward exactly the kind of career moment the episode implied. These cases are difficult to document systematically because assessing whether a specific depiction contains an implicit trajectory prediction requires subjective interpretation. But the pattern is real enough that people who have spent significant time with the archive tend to notice it. The show understood the entertainment industry well enough to see where specific careers were going at moments when those careers were still active and the outcomes were not yet obvious to most observers. Section 7. Expansion, Political and Corporate Coincidences. The 1998 Fox. Disney prediction sits differently in retrospect than it did at the time. When the episode aired, the joke was about the abstract tendency toward media consolidation, the observation that large entertainment companies had a structural incentive to absorb one another. The joke was at the expense of Fox and the broader media landscape, delivered from inside Fox by writers who were themselves employees of the company being satirized. There is something characteristically Simpsons about that arrangement. The show has always had a complicated relationship with its own institutional position. It was a product of a major media corporation that was simultaneously its subject of satire. The corporate entity that broadcast the show was, in many episodes, explicitly or implicitly the target of the show's critique. This created a strange loop. Fox was airing a show that satirized the concentration of media power, produced by employees of a concentrated media power, reaching an audience that was consuming a concentrated media product while being told, implicitly, that concentrated media power was a subject worthy of satirical attention. The writers understood this loop. They referenced it occasionally in episodes that acknowledged the absurdity of a network broadcasting its own critique. But they continued the critique anyway, because the critique was accurate regardless of the institutional contradictions of its production. When Disney actually bought Fox in 2019, that loop became even more complex. The show was now a Disney property. The critique of concentrated media power was being produced and distributed by one of the most concentrated media entities in the history of the entertainment industry. The prediction had come true, and in coming true, it had created exactly the kind of situation the show had been satirizing. A critical voice, absorbed into the institution it was criticizing, continuing to produce criticism because the market value of the criticism was sufficient justification for its production, regardless of the irony of the arrangement. The voting machine episode is worth additional attention because it touches on something that became a major public controversy in ways that the show had specifically anticipated. The episode's satirical premise, that electronic voting machines were vulnerable to manipulation and that this vulnerability created risks for democratic integrity, was not a fringe concern when the episode was made. Computer scientists and election security experts had been raising these concerns throughout the 1990s as electronic voting systems began to be adopted by election jurisdictions around the country. But those concerns were not part of mainstream public discourse in the way they would eventually become. The academic and technical literature on voting system security was specialized. The public debate about electronic voting integrity was limited to specific advocacy communities. Most ordinary Americans were not aware of the specific technical vulnerabilities that computer scientists were documenting. The Simpsons made those vulnerabilities part of a mainstream comedy episode. The joke was accessible to people who had no technical background in computer security. The premise that a machine could be manipulated to record a different vote than was cast was easy to understand as a satirical concept without needing to understand the specific technical mechanisms that made it possible. This accessibility is part of what made the episode prophetically relevant decades later. When voting system security became a major public controversy in the 2000s, and then again more intensely in the years following 2016, the public had a cultural reference point for understanding the concern. The Simpsons had made the concept legible to a mass audience in the context of a joke. The concept was therefore available as a frame when the real controversy arrived. Section 8. Expansion, the Cypress Hill Coincidence. 28 years. Let us stay with that number for a moment, because it matters more than it might seem to in the initial retelling of the story. 28 years is not just a long time in human terms. It is a very long time in cultural terms. In 28 years, cultural references become obscure. In 28 years, the people who made the original joke are typically no longer the people making decisions about cultural events. In 28 years, the entire landscape of the music industry, the concert promotion industry, the classical music world, had transformed so completely from its state in 1996 that the two moments, the episode and the concert, existed in what were essentially different cultural universes. And yet the concert happened, and when it happened, it matched the episode. The concert was not a nostalgic reference to the Simpsons joke. The people who organized it were not doing so in order to literalize a 28-year-old cartoon gag. They were doing it because, in 2024, the cultural distance between hip-hop and classical music had narrowed sufficiently that the collaboration made sense as a legitimate artistic and commercial proposition. What the Simpsons episode had depicted as an impossible absurdity had become, by 2024, a reasonable creative endeavor, not because of anything the show had done, but because the culture had moved, in its own time and for its own reasons, toward a place where the absurdity of 1996 was the normalcy of 2024. The show had placed a marker at a location that the culture subsequently traveled to. 28 years after the marker was placed, the culture arrived. The music industry changes that made the Cypress Hill concert possible were gradual, and then, in retrospect, sudden. The same story has been told about many cultural shifts. From the inside, the change feels incremental, each small step barely perceptible. From the outside, looking back, the accumulated steps amount to a transformation so large that the endpoint is barely recognizable as the same thing as the starting point. In 1996, the cultural boundary between hip-hop and classical music was not just an aesthetic preference, it was an institutional reality. Classical music institutions, the orchestras and the concert halls and the record labels that specialized in classical repertoire, and hip-hop institutions, the record labels and the performance venues, and the promotional infrastructure of urban popular music, were almost entirely separate entities. They served different demographics, operated in different economic contexts, spoke to audiences who generally had little overlap. By 2024, those institutional separations had been substantially eroded. A generation of artists had grown up comfortable with both traditions, drawing on the harmonic and rhythmic sophistication of classical composition and the rhythmic and cultural energy of hip-hop simultaneously. Crossover collaborations had become not just possible but commercially attractive. The Royal Albert Hall itself had spent decades broadening its programming beyond the traditional classical repertoire. The Simpsons joke was about the cultural distance of 1996. The concert was possible because the cultural distance had been covered. 28 years of musical evolution had traveled from the joke to the reality. Section 9. Expansion-specific coincidences. Among the specific coincidences in the archive that have received the least mainstream attention is a cluster of episodes from the early 2000s that appear to anticipate, with varying degrees of specificity, aspects of the social media era that would not arrive until the second half of the decade. In several episodes from 2002 through 2005, characters engage in behaviors that are recognizable in retrospect as social media behaviors, despite the absence of the platforms that would eventually make those behaviors ubiquitous. Characters seek public validation for their opinions and experiences. Characters curate a particular image of themselves for presentation to others. Characters experience the specific social dynamics of rumor and information spread through informal networks. These behaviors were not new in 2002. They were human behaviors that had always existed in different forms. What was new, beginning in the mid-2000s and accelerating through the 2010s, was the technological infrastructure that amplified and accelerated those behaviors, that removed the geographical and social constraints that had previously limited their reach and their speed. The Simpsons depicted those behaviors in their pre-digital form, in social contexts that were recognizable as Springfield specific. When social media arrived and created the conditions for those same behaviors to operate at much larger scale and much higher speed, the Simpsons episodes looked, in retrospect, like previews of a social media native world that the episodes predated. The specific episodes did not predict social media. They accurately depicted human social behaviors that social media subsequently amplified. The accuracy of the depiction, combined with the timing, creates the appearance of prediction. One of the most specific coincidences in the archive that has not received wide documentation involves a particular piece of consumer electronics that the show depicted approximately a decade before the product existed in anything like the depicted form. The product was a tablet computer. In a 2005 episode, a character uses a device that is flat, handheld, and controlled primarily through touch on its screen surface. The device is not a laptop, not a desktop computer, not a conventional phone. It is something that, in 2005, did not exist as a consumer product, and that was not being widely discussed as an imminent consumer product. Apple's iPad was released in 2010. 5 years after the Simpsons episode, the iPad was not a surprise to everyone in 2010. Apple had been working on tablet-form computing for years, and people who followed Apple's product development closely had reason to expect that a tablet would eventually appear. The concept of a flat, touchscreen computing device had been explored in science fiction and in the academic literature on computing interfaces for decades. But the specific form, the consumer product that made tablet computing broadly accessible and that defined what the category would look like, was the iPad. And the device depicted in the 2005 Simpsons episode more closely resembled the iPad than it resembled most of the tablet computing concepts that had preceded it. This suggests that whoever designed the prop for that episode was drawing on a specific imagining of what touchscreen computing would look like, rather than a generic science fiction concept. That imagining proved close to the form that Apple eventually released. Whether this is genuine prediction, insider knowledge of Apple's development direction, or a convergence of design logic that produced similar conclusions independently is difficult to establish. What is clear is that the specificity of the resemblance between the episode's prop and the actual iPad is striking enough to deserve more attention than it has received. Section 10. Expansion: the debunking problem. The most important thing the debunking of the prediction phenomenon reveals is not that the coincidences are unreal. They are real. The most important thing it reveals is that our tendency to find them remarkable is itself worth studying. Humans are pattern recognition machines. This is not a metaphor. It is a description of how the cognitive system actually works. The brain is optimized to detect regularities, to find signals in noise, to organize incoming information into patterns that allow prediction of future events. This capacity is enormously valuable in the evolutionary context in which it developed. It allows us to recognize danger, to exploit opportunity, to navigate social environments, to plan. But the capacity does not come with an off switch. It operates continuously on whatever information is available, whether or not that information contains genuine patterns. When we are presented with two pieces of information that resemble each other, a 1993 cartoon episode and a 2020 pandemic, our pattern recognition capacity registers the resemblance and generates the feeling that the resemblance is significant. That feeling is not always wrong. Sometimes resemblances are significant. Sometimes the pattern is real. But the feeling of significance does not by itself determine whether the pattern is real. That determination requires additional work. Assessing how many other potential comparisons were available that did not produce resemblances, assessing how specific the resemblance is, assessing whether the mechanism by which the resemblance could have been produced is plausible. The Simpsons prediction phenomenon is interesting precisely because it exists at the boundary between genuine significance and the appearance of significance produced by our pattern recognition system operating on a large dataset. Some of the coincidences cross clearly into genuine significance. Many occupy the ambiguous territory where the feeling of significance is real, but the evidence for actual significance is weaker than it initially appears. Living with that ambiguity, not resolving it prematurely in either direction, is the appropriate response to the phenomenon. And living with ambiguity is, coincidentally, exactly what The Simpsons has always asked us to do. The show has never resolved its mysteries. Springfield has no fixed location. Homer may or may not be dreaming. The fish have 3 eyes, and nobody asks why. The show is comfortable with ambiguity. It asks us to be comfortable with it too. Section 11. Expansion: the cultural mirror. The concept of the cultural mirror has a history in media studies that predates The Simpsons by decades. The idea that mass media does not simply reflect culture, but actively participates in shaping it, is one of the foundational observations of the field. What makes The Simpsons an unusually clear demonstration of this concept is the show's longevity. Most media products that scholars use to illustrate the cultural mirror concept are relatively brief. A film, a song, a television season, a specific moment in a media cycle. The Simpsons has been running long enough that the feedback loop between the show and its culture is visible across historical time, not just in a single moment. The Trump prediction is the most visible example of this feedback loop in action. The show depicted a Trump presidency. The depiction circulated in American culture for 16 years before the event. During those 16 years, the depiction shaped how millions of Americans understood the concept of a celebrity president. When the event arrived, those Americans brought their Simpsons-shaped understanding of the concept to bear on the event. Their understanding influenced how the event was received, interpreted, discussed, and then the event itself influenced how the show was subsequently understood. The prediction became famous. The show's authority as a cultural observer was enhanced. Future viewers came to the show aware of its prediction history, looking for patterns with an attention sharpened by the knowledge that patterns were there to be found. The loop completed and then started again. The show shaped the culture. The culture shaped the understanding of the show. The enhanced understanding of the show shaped how future viewers experienced it. Their experience of it shaped what cultural references they brought to future events. This is not a conspiracy. It is not supernatural. It is how culture works, amplified and made visible by the unusual longevity of a single creative work. The America that The Simpsons has been depicting for 36 years is an America that has, in significant respects, become more like Springfield rather than less. This is worth stating plainly because it is one of the more genuinely disquieting conclusions of the cultural mirror theory. Springfield is a place where a billionaire who owns the primary employer exercises disproportionate power over the entire community, where the formal institutions of democratic governance exist but are substantially shaped by economic power, where environmental concerns are suppressed because addressing them would threaten economic interests, where the gap between official narrative and actual conditions is wide and persistently maintained, where collective memory is short and catastrophic events are quickly normalized. These characteristics were satirical exaggerations of American conditions in 1989. They are, by many measures, more accurate to American conditions in 2025 than they were when the show began. The satirical exaggeration has been compressed by the movement of reality in the direction that the satire was pointing. The show did not cause this. The show did not make American wealth concentration worse, did not deepen the influence of money in politics, did not produce the environmental policy failures of the intervening decades. These developments had their own causes, embedded in the structures of American economic and political life, but the show depicted them, consistently and accurately, from the beginning. And in depicting them, it created a cultural frame through which many Americans came to understand their own situation. That frame was not just observational. It was also, in subtle ways, normalizing. The persistence and the comedic treatment of these conditions in the show may have contributed, at the margin, to a cultural acceptance of those conditions as the natural order of things, rather than as contingent arrangements that could be differently arranged. That is the shadow side of the cultural mirror. The show that depicted the problems also, in depicting them as comedy, may have made them slightly more bearable and therefore slightly more durable. Section 12. Expansion. Why we keep watching. The specific texture of what the show offers, when you try to put it into words that go beyond the obvious, is something like this: permission to find the world absurd. American culture, across the decades that The Simpsons has been running, has tended to demand a certain kind of optimism from its cultural products. Not necessarily sincere optimism, but the maintenance of an optimistic frame, a sense that things can improve, that effort is rewarded, that the gap between where things are and where they should be is closable. The Simpsons does not maintain this frame. It looks at the gap between how things are and how they are supposed to be, and instead of suggesting that the gap can be closed, it finds the gap funny. The gap is not a problem to be solved. It is the territory the show inhabits. The permanent discrepancy between the official story and the actual conditions is the thing The Simpsons has been exploring for 36 years. And millions of people find this permission valuable. The permission to look at the gap without the obligation to resolve it, to find it absurd rather than devastating, to laugh at the billionaire who poisons the water supply without needing to also have a plan for stopping him, this is what The Simpsons offers that most other cultural products do not. This permission is what the prediction phenomenon is, at its deepest level, providing. When a Simpsons joke from 1,997 matches a news headline from 2025, the appropriate response, the response the show has always cultivated, is not alarm or outrage or action. It is the specific laughter that comes from recognizing that the world is reliably, persistently absurd in ways that have been visible all along. That laughter is not passive. It is a form of acknowledgement, of seeing clearly, of refusing to be fully surprised by what the world produces. The show taught its audience to expect the unexpected, to recognize familiar patterns in new clothes, to find the recurring comedy in the way things keep turning out to be what they always were. That is why the predictions feel like confirmation rather than revelation. We already knew, the show told us, and here it is again, in a slightly different form. The relationship between The Simpsons and its audience is one of the longest sustained cultural relationships in the history of broadcast media. People who watched the show as children in the early 1990s are now middle-aged. They have brought the show's reference points, its images, its character types, its observational vocabulary, into their adult lives, into their parenting, into their professional relationships, into the political and social conversations of their maturity. These people are the prediction phenomenon's most committed witnesses. They are the ones who notice when a real-world event rhymes with a Simpsons episode because they carry the archive with them. They are the ones who share the screenshots, who make the comparisons, who keep the prediction conversation alive across social media and around dinner tables. Their commitment to the phenomenon is not irrational. It is a form of relationship maintenance, a way of staying connected to a cultural touchstone that has been part of their lives for as long as they can remember. The predictions are, among other things, a form of community, a shared experience of noticing, of recognizing, of saying to each other, "Did you see this? The show was right again." That community, built around a cartoon, sustained by decades of shared cultural experience, is itself a remarkable thing. One of the largest and most long-lived audiences in television history, still finding new reasons to pay attention to the same source, still generating new conversations from an archive that most of them have known since childhood. We are approaching the end, though the end does not quite feel like an end. The final mystery is really not a mystery at all. We keep watching because the show keeps being worth watching. Not because every episode is brilliant, not because the golden era has continued or returned, but because the accumulated weight of what the show has done, the archive it has built, the cultural position it occupies, the relationships it has forged with its audience across 36 years, is genuinely irreplaceable. There is no other show that does what The Simpsons does. There are better shows, there are funnier shows, there are shows that are more consistently excellent and more formally innovative and more emotionally sophisticated. But no other show has been running long enough, with enough consistency of identity and enough cultural penetration, to do the particular thing The Simpsons does, which is to be there, week after week, episode after episode, year after year. The couch is always there, the family is always there, the town is always there, impossible and familiar. A map of America that somehow gets more accurate the longer it sits on the wall. And the coincidences keep coming. Some of them are remarkable. Some of them are products of volume and confirmation bias and the passage of time. Some of them are genuine, specific, high-quality matches between the fictional and the real that resist easy explanation. All of them are evidence of the same underlying thing, that a very long, very intelligent, very sustained piece of creative work made by people who were paying careful attention to the world they inhabited, has accumulated enough accurate observations about that world that the world keeps generating events that resemble what the work described. That is remarkable. It does not require prophecy to be remarkable. It does not require supernatural explanation to produce the quality of wonder it produces. It requires only the recognition that sustained, careful, intelligent attention to the world, maintained across decades, can produce something that functions like a map of the future. The Simpsons has been drawing that map since 1989. It is still drawing it. The night is very quiet now. Somewhere, a new episode of The Simpsons has recently aired or will soon air. Somewhere in that episode, in a background detail or a throwaway line or a brief visual gag, something is embedded that will eventually rhyme with something that has not yet happened. The writers did not plan it as a prediction. They were just doing what they have always done, paying attention, translating observation into comedy, building the archive one episode at a time. And in some number of years, or some number of decades, someone will be watching that episode and watching the news simultaneously. And the gap between the two will collapse for a moment, and they will share a screenshot, and the conversation will continue. Springfield will still be there. The family will still be together. The couch will still be in place. And the show will still be doing the thing it has always done, watching the world, noting what it sees, and finding the comedy in the gap between what is and what was supposed to be. Good night. Sleep well. We'll be here when you wake up. End of expansion content. Additional content, bridge sections, and deep dives. The long middle of the archive. A meditation on seasons 8 through 20. Between the golden era and the show's most recent episodes lies an enormous body of work that tends to get overlooked in conversations about the prediction phenomenon. Critics often divide the show into two periods, the brilliant early seasons and the debated later ones. This binary tends to obscure the rich and complex material in the middle, the seasons that bridge the two periods and that contain some of the most interesting prediction content in the entire archive. Season 8 through approximately season 14 or 15 represents a period in which the show was refining its relationship to the prediction phenomenon in specific ways. The early seasons established the structural observations, the economics of a nuclear town, the relationship between corporate power and democratic institutions, the particular quality of American community life. The middle period tested those observations against a more rapidly changing cultural landscape. The internet was arriving. Mobile technology was beginning its transformation of everyday life. The economy was undergoing the expansion and subsequent collapse of the dot-com era. The political landscape was shifting in ways that would produce the contested 2000 election and then the post-September 2001 transformation of American political culture. The show engaged with all of this, not always perfectly, not always with the same quality of observation as the golden era, but consistently and often with real insight. Some of the most specific predictions in the archive, the ones that are least often cited but most genuinely striking in their accuracy, come from this middle period. The reason these episodes are under-examined in the prediction literature is partly that they are perceived as less artistically significant than the golden era episodes, and therefore less likely to be revisited and compared to current events. The famous predictions are predominantly drawn from the golden era because those are the episodes people rewatch most frequently. The middle period episodes sit in the archive largely unexamined, potentially containing coincidences that nobody has yet noticed because nobody has looked. That unexplored territory is, in some ways, the most interesting part of the story. There is something to be said about the experience of watching The Simpsons in the actual middle of the night, when the specific quality of late-night attention creates a different relationship to what the show is doing. In the daytime or the early evening, the show functions as comedy. The jokes land, the visual gags register, the satirical observations are received in the register in which they are intended as entertainment. The jokes are funny because they are exaggerations of recognizable realities, and the recognition itself is pleasurable. In the middle of the night, with the edges of attention softened and the critical faculty slightly relaxed, the jokes land differently. The exaggeration seems less exaggerated. The satirical observations seem less distant from the reality they are observing. The gap between the cartoon Springfield and the actual world narrows, and for a moment the yellow family on the yellow couch seems less like a satirical representation and more like a document. This is the quality of attention that the prediction phenomenon requires to produce its full effect. It does not work equally well in all states of mind. It requires a certain kind of relaxed attention, a willingness to hold the coincidences without immediately reaching for the explanations, to let the strangeness of them sit for a moment before the rational framework is applied. That is why this is a sleep video, not just because sleep is restful and this voice is meant to accompany rest, but because the quality of semi-wakefulness that precedes sleep is exactly the right mental state for engaging with something that exists at the boundary between the rational and the remarkable. The background detail phenomenon. One of the most extensively documented but least appreciated aspects of the Simpsons prediction archive is the role of background details. The show has always been notable for the density and care of its background art. The streets of Springfield are full of details that the camera barely pauses on. Storefronts, street signs, newspaper headlines, product labels, architectural details. These are the work of the show's animators, who over the decades have built an extraordinarily detailed visual world that exists largely in the periphery of viewers' attention. Some of those background details contain information: newspaper headlines that reference events, product names that match real-world counterparts, architectural elements that prefigure real buildings, brand identities that subsequently appeared in reality. The density of detail means that the archive contains far more potential prediction material than even dedicated researchers have been able to fully catalog. This is an important observation for understanding the prediction phenomenon's scope. The famous predictions are drawn primarily from the main narrative and dialogue of episodes. The background details are a largely unmined layer of the archive. Some of those background details contain coincidences with future reality that have never been noticed because they are literally in the background, visible for seconds in episodes that were broadcast once and then made available for streaming. The complete accounting of the Simpsons prediction phenomenon, if such an accounting were ever made systematically, would need to include this background layer. And the background layer, given its density and the care with which it was constructed, probably contains a significant number of additional coincidences that the current prediction literature has not documented. Consider the Springfield Business Directory. In multiple episodes across the show's run, a Springfield Yellow Pages or business directory appears as a prop. These directories, visible for brief moments, contain lists of fictional Springfield businesses with invented names. Some of those names were chosen for their immediate comedic value. Others were chosen more arbitrarily. A systematic comparison of the fictional Springfield business names with the names of real businesses that subsequently appeared in the United States has never, to this researcher's knowledge, been completed. The comparison would be methodologically challenging, requiring access to a comprehensive database of business names registered across the United States over the past 36 years and a systematic transcription of the Springfield business names from the relevant episodes. But the results of such a comparison might be surprising. The field of business names is limited enough, and the Simpsons business names were selected from the same pool of phonetic and semantic resources that real business names are drawn from, that some degree of overlap is statistically inevitable. The question is whether the degree of overlap exceeds what pure coincidence would produce. This is the kind of systematic analysis that the prediction phenomenon deserves, but has rarely received. The viral compilation approach, which selects striking examples and presents them without context, is not adequate to assess the phenomenon's actual significance. That would require careful, systematic comparison of the full Simpsons archive against the full record of subsequent events. Nobody has done this. The prediction conversation has been conducted almost entirely on the basis of examples that are interesting precisely because they were selected for their interest. This selection bias makes honest assessment of the phenomenon's significance extremely difficult. The Simpsons and scientific publishing. One of the less-known dimensions of the science prediction phenomenon is the show's relationship to the academic scientific literature. Several episodes contain material that appears to have been drawn from academic papers that were circulating in scientific communities at the time of production, but that had not yet been widely discussed in public media. This suggests that some of the writers, or scientific consultants to the show, were reading the scientific literature with a currency and depth that went beyond what most journalists or cultural producers were doing. This is not surprising, given the academic backgrounds of several key writers. People who hold advanced degrees in scientific fields tend to maintain their engagement with the scientific literature even after leaving academic careers. They continue to read journals, attend conferences, maintain relationships with researchers. The show benefited from this network. When material from the cutting edge of scientific research appeared in Simpsons episodes, it often arrived years before that research was widely known in mainstream culture. And when the research subsequently gained mainstream attention, the episodes looked, in retrospect, like predictions of developments that were already documented in specialist literature at the time the episodes were made. This is another form of the insider knowledge mechanism. Not access to supernatural foreknowledge, but access to specialist knowledge that had not yet propagated to mainstream awareness. The prediction was the interval between specialist knowledge and public knowledge. The Simpsons episode existed at the specialist end of the interval. The apparent prediction landed at the public end. The international dimension of the Simpsons predictions. Most discussions of the Simpsons prediction phenomenon are focused on American events. Trump, COVID-19, American technology companies, American political processes. But The Simpsons has been watched since its earliest seasons by an enormous international audience. The show was broadcast in dozens of countries and translated into numerous languages. Its cultural footprint extended far beyond the American context in which it was produced. This international reach means that the prediction phenomenon has an international dimension that is rarely discussed. In several episodes, events in foreign countries were depicted or referenced in ways that subsequently resonated with real-world events in those countries. These international coincidences have been documented in media coverage of the prediction phenomenon in various countries, but rarely make it into the primary conversation in American media. The most documented international coincidences involve countries that are frequently depicted in Simpsons episodes as satirical objects: Japan, Canada, the United Kingdom, and various European nations. These countries appear repeatedly as background or foreground elements in the show's episodes, and the show's treatment of their cultural and political characteristics has, in several cases, anticipated real events in those countries. The mechanisms here are similar to the American cases. The writers were intelligent observers of global culture, not just American culture. The Harvard-educated writers of the show's golden era were internationally educated and internationally aware in ways that their American working-class characters emphatically were not. The gap between Homer Simpson's understanding of the world and the writer's understanding of the world was immense and was itself part of the show's comedy. But the writer's international awareness meant that their observations about foreign countries were often grounded in genuine knowledge of those countries' cultural and political dynamics. And some of those observations proved accurate to future events in those countries. Numbers and The Simpsons. There is a specific subcategory of coincidence in The Simpsons archive that involves numbers. The show has, over its run, used specific numbers in many different contexts: population figures, economic statistics, dates, prices, quantities. Some of those numbers have subsequently appeared in real-world contexts in ways that create coincidences. The most famous example involves a number that appeared in a specific episode in a specific context and subsequently appeared in a real-world news story in what seemed like a directly parallel context. The specifics of this case are extensively debated in the prediction literature, with some researchers arguing that the numerical match is specific enough to be genuinely unlikely as a coincidence, and others arguing that the number was common enough in the relevant context that its appearance was not remarkable. This debate about numerical coincidences reveals something important about the prediction phenomenon more broadly. The significance of any coincidence depends substantially on a prior probability assessment. How likely was this specific numerical value to appear in this specific context purely by chance? If the prior probability is high, the coincidence is not significant. If the prior probability is low, the coincidence demands explanation. Most discussions of Simpsons predictions do not include explicit prior probability assessments. They present the coincidence visually, relying on the viewer's intuitive assessment of how likely it is. That intuitive assessment is not always reliable, particularly for numbers, where the range of plausible values in a given context can vary enormously. A rigorous assessment of numerical coincidences in The Simpsons archive would require careful analysis of the prior probability of each match, given the context in which the number appeared. Such an analysis has not been systematically conducted, which means that the significance of the numerical coincidences in the archive remains genuinely unclear. The social science of what we are doing. Sitting with a long-form narrative about cultural coincidences in the middle of the night is itself a social phenomenon worth briefly examining. The genre of slow, relaxing, long-form content that accompanies sleep has become a significant and studied area of digital media consumption. People listen to long videos, podcasts, and audio streams as sleep aids, relying on the gentle persistence of a voice and a topic to provide the kind of sustained, non-demanding stimulation that helps the brain ease towards sleep without the alerting effects of silence or ambient noise. The particular appeal of slow, deep-dive content on topics like the Simpsons prediction phenomenon is worth considering. These topics have a specific quality that makes them ideal companions to the hypnagogic state, the period of transition between wakefulness and sleep. They are interesting enough to engage gentle attention but not urgent enough to provoke alertness. They have a branching, associative quality that allows the mind to follow threads without needing to maintain the full structure of a linear argument. They return repeatedly to familiar touchstones, the show, the characters, the town, providing the kind of gentle recurrence that the pre-sleep mind finds comforting. The Simpsons itself has this quality in the hypnagogic state. Watching a familiar episode of the show, an episode you have seen many times, produces a particular kind of comfortable, undemanding engagement that is itself sleep-adjacent. The jokes are known, the plots are familiar, the characters are like old acquaintances. The show does not demand new attention. It rewards familiar attention. Talking about The Simpsons in the long, slow, associative form of a sleep video amplifies this quality. The familiar subject matter is given new angles, new contexts, new depths, without losing the fundamental comfort of the familiar. This is, ultimately, why the prediction phenomenon works as sleep content. It is interesting without being alarming. It is new without being unfamiliar. It gives you something to think about without requiring you to think hard. And it resolves, in the end, not into a definitive answer, but into a comfortable acknowledgement of mystery, which is exactly the right emotional destination for the journey toward sleep. The conversation that never ends. The archive is not closed. It grows, still, with every new episode. And with each new episode, the archive offers new potential matches to new real-world events, new seeds of coincidences that have not yet germinated, new background details that might someday rhyme with a headline that has not yet been written. This is the strangest aspect of the prediction phenomenon. It is ongoing. The show is still producing material. The coincidences are still accumulating. The probability that the next striking match has not yet been noticed, that it is sitting somewhere in the archive waiting for the right real-world event to activate it, is not trivial. That ongoing quality is part of what makes the conversation about Simpsons predictions feel perpetually unfinished. New episodes add to the archive. New events add to the list of potential matches. The phenomenon is self-replenishing, generating new material on both sides of the equation continuously. And so the conversation continues. In YouTube comment sections and Reddit threads, and social media captions and late-night long-form videos like this one, people finding new matches, people debating the significance of old ones, people adding new context to coincidences that have been discussed for years, people discovering coincidences that nobody has noticed before. The conversation never ends because the archive never closes and the world never stops generating events that rhyme with things the archive contains. Springfield never ends. The family never ages. The couch is always there, and the predictions keep coming. Closing meditation. The quality of the night. There is something about the specific quality of the night that makes this conversation feel appropriate in a way it might not feel in the middle of the afternoon. During the day, when the practical demands of ordinary life are present and active, the Simpsons prediction phenomenon feels like a curio, an interesting curiosity. Something to scroll past and share and briefly wonder about before the next item in the feed takes its place. But in the quiet hours, when those practical demands have receded and the mind is moving at a different pace, the phenomenon feels different. It feels like what it is, a genuine reflection of something interesting and somewhat strange about the relationship between creative work and the world it inhabits. The strangeness is not supernatural. It does not require prophetic writers or cosmic connections or any of the more dramatic explanations that the phenomenon sometimes attracts. It requires only the recognition that a group of intelligent, attentive people, working over an extraordinarily long period, in sustained and serious engagement with their cultural moment, managed to produce work that was accurate enough to its cultural moment that the world kept generating events that resembled what the work described. That is what skilled, sustained attention looks like when it is applied to culture over decades. It produces a map of what is and where it is going that sometimes seems, from inside the flow of time, to be a prophecy. But it is not a prophecy, it is a map. And maps are, in their own way, more impressive than prophecies. A prophecy tells you what will happen. A map shows you how the territory works. Maps are useful across time and conditions in ways that specific prophecies are not. A map of the territory of American life, drawn carefully and updated continuously over 36 years, is something that retains its value long after the specific events it appeared to predict have become history. The Simpsons is that map. And the predictions are the moments when the territory and the map coincide so closely that even people who understand how maps are made feel a moment of vertiginous recognition. That feeling is real. The explanation for it is rational. And both of these things can be true at the same time. We are at the end of the journey, though the archive, as always, continues. Thank you for spending this night in Springfield. The town is strange and the family is complicated and the predictions are real and less real and somewhere in between, and all of it is worth returning to on another night when the world has generated another rhyme with something in the archive. Because it will. It always does. Sleep well. Springfield will be here when you return. It always is. End of additional content. Additional closing content bringing the archive full circle. There is one more thing worth saying before we let the night complete its work. The Simpsons began as a show about a family, before the predictions, before the theories, before the 36 seasons of accumulated cultural resonance, before Springfield became a map and a mirror and a mystery. Before any of that, it was just a cartoon about a family that loved each other in the chaotic, imperfect, deeply human way that families do. Homer and Marge met and fell in love and had children, and that love, as tangled and complicated and sometimes absurd as it is, has been the spine of everything. Every prediction, every coincidence, every structural observation about American power and culture is built on top of a story about a family. A yellow family in an impossible town who keep choosing each other, episode after episode, across more years than most families stay together. That is the thing that the prediction conversation sometimes obscures. The show's deepest accuracy is not about politics or technology or corporate power. It is about the tenacity of affection. The way people who love each other keep finding each other even when everything around them is chaos. Homer always comes home. Marge always lets him in. The kids are always there on the couch. The table is always set for dinner. 36 years. 800 episodes. Thousands of coincidences, documented and undocumented. And through all of it, the family. That is the prediction that matters most. The prediction that love is durable, that the ordinary domestic world, in all its messiness and warmth and frustration, is worth depicting as if it will last forever. The Simpsons bet on that prediction from the very first episode. It has been right every single time. Good night.